This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud with you here on this Saturday afternoon with this tornado outbreak that continues, and we're already right up the top getting some very bad news here at this very moment. I know last night a lot of fatalities, and right now the potential for more. Sadly, we now have a tornado emergency just being issued there in Waldo County, Mississippi. So let's go ahead and get right into this here. Tornado emergency, catastrophic damage, a possibility there as we're looking at things. At about 12:49 Central Time, there a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located over Salem, Mississippi, or 18 miles west of Columbia, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This could be a deadly tornado. Pretty rural area, according to the statement, but this is a life-threatening situation here. Getting a really terrible debris signature. Looking at some things behind the scenes moments ago. So I really got to take this seriously. This is a matter of life and death. It's that polygon right here, the one with the black outline on it here. Again, a tornado emergency already off the top. You gotta take shelter at once here. Waldo County, Mississippi. Some very bad news. Very bad news here as we're looking at things. And I know that debris signature, we gotta really watch this storm because this could head toward more populated areas as we look ahead in toward the timeline. I'm gonna go ahead and switch sources behind me here. And it's such a terrible situation, as we look ahead in front of the chroma key, but sitting down because this is such a long-term event here, as we'll still probably be tracking storms at this time tomorrow, impacting portions of our local North Florida, North Central Florida, Northeast Florida area. But you see that blue area, that's tornado debris showing up here on the Doppler in southern Mississippi right now. And this is headed off toward the, looks like the Darbin area there in Mississippi. And maybe even Bassfield later. I think they got hit by a really bad tornado. Maybe it was 2020, that Easter day there that was so fateful. This is not a good start at all here to how things are going in the meteorology with our coverage. So this is, just absolutely terrible. Let's go ahead and go to storm relative velocity here, and you see yellows here. That's the kind of the oranges color. Winds at 76 one way. We have winds of about 60 the other way. So winds are about 150 miles an hour. So you have 3 or 4 type tornado probably. As we kind of look at this latest, viewpoint of this. I mean, honestly, zooming in, I could do the math differently and see more like 160 mile an hour winds. So just a really nasty situation as you look at the pixels here and the co-locations and the like. So I know that EF scale here, we're talking, 150, 160, that's an EF3, EF4, somewhere in there, maybe 170, because this isn't going to be just the exact representation, but I know we have a tornado emergency continuing. Now it looks like that threat is kind of getting more into parts of Jefferson Davis County. So it's another tornado emergency in play as we look ahead. Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Marion, Mississippi, the warning, and then the actual text of the warning here telling me that the tornado emergency is now going to spread into southeastern Lawrence and northwestern Marion counties of Mississippi, to be precise here. Again, a matter of life and death, folks. Already, you could have many of these tornado emergencies today. This could be a generational tornado outbreak, like what we talk about with storms, that happened in 2011, for instance. And this is a bad start. We gotta get folks in shelter. This is looks like about 19 miles east of Macomb, Mississippi, right now. A potentially catastrophic tornado in progress. It's not out of the question. We could even see this at some point get closer to maybe an EF5 tornado, which we haven't seen in the country in over a decade, which would be winds of 200 miles an hour or greater. So you see here west of Darbin, a very serious signature. So please take shelter. And in this box there, turning the purple into the purple with the black line through it, indicating the emergency that we're dealing with here. An absolute emergency. As we're looking at this right now, just some very sad news here as we're looking with the Doppler technology as we track this on off over the next little bit. So let me go ahead and go on over toward our other mode here. I'm going to go ahead and switch on over toward our other source, and you can kind of see here, looking off the Hammond, Louisiana radar, that blue indicating just a terrible debris signature, and this is eventually potentially headed toward Bassfield and Collins, Mississippi. So again, catastrophic damage here is possible please get to a basement or interior room or a tornado shelter that's maybe specially designed to withstand winds to this level. It's really important, if you really don't have a basement or a special shelter, that you're doing everything you can to protect yourself in your site-built home by putting that bicycle helmet on, football helmet on, and being in an interior room. I know you really don't want to be in a mobile home in these type of situations because it's probably not gonna, if it gets hit by this, it's probably gonna be completely blown apart and your life could be in real significant danger. So again, already starting off things in a very bad way. Catastrophic damage possible here in Mississippi. We only had one of these last night, emergencies. We've now had just two for this same storm in the last few moments. And we had over a dozen people, according to media reports, lose their life last night with last check there, seeing some reports about 10 fatalities in Missouri. And today, it could be even worse, could be a lot worse. I mean, if you look back in the history books and the analogs, this could end up being a super outbreak, and that's a really bad thing. We could be talking about dozens and dozens of folks, being injured and or, losing their life here. So we really need folks to take shelter at a moment's notice here. Again, the catastrophic tornado right in here. Right now, as we look at the tornado vortex signature, impacting areas there in southern Mississippi and then just spreading further up here. Again, not good at all what we're dealing with. Very bad situation already to start things off with here as we continue along. That is a really bad signature as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them here. We're just trying to continue to give you guys the very latest here on what's happening. Let me pull up the tornado safety tips on the full screen graphic here just to remind you guys of what you need to do in a situation like this one. Again, really, really serious stuff. Tornado emergency in effect here right now. We're live covered on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. How about trying to protect you, your friends, and your family here with these conditions that are just so volatile, just so dangerous here, obviously. This is, an extremely serious scenario that we're tracking right now. Extremely serious here. At about 12:58 local time, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was located near Salem, or 15 miles west of Columbia, Mississippi, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on exactly what is happening, and looking like tornado emergency with the Walhall County text to the warning. I know Jackson and New Orleans there, coordinating, and the Jackson office calls it near Holly Springs, 14 miles west of Columbia. So a similar spot, obviously, as we continue to track all this here, as we continue to monitor the overall situation. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. I'm going to jump back on camera right now as we just continue to track things. You can see there's that overall signature. It's so severe looking. We have other tornado warnings that are popping up here. We have tornado watches that are the particularly dangerous situation variety. We have a high risk of tornadoes, obviously, that we were alluding to even yesterday for today. And it seems to be coming into play here in a very bad, bad way. So you really need to be taking precaution here as we're dealing with this. I know we have a radar-indicated tornado down toward Kentwood, Louisiana right now. That warning there and put about 1:45 Central Time. There's already, by the way, in Walhall County, damage reported to a trailer park with a tornado having been likely there. Of course, we have the emergency here. We'll get back to that in a moment. Very bad news. And then as you see, Smith County there in Mississippi, we have a circulation here around the Raleigh, Mississippi community. So let's have a radar-indicated circulation around, it looks like Puckett, but they're saying in that one, that could be a large tornado. They're just not really sure right now. Let me switch to the Jackson radar because that's what's closer here now. I don't necessarily see that right now. We'll have to pay attention. Things can escalate in these volatile atmospheric characteristics very rapidly. As we look up toward the Winona, Mississippi area now, you see that looks really tight, trying to evolve. It's radar indicated right now, but moving up toward Walhall, Mississippi. give or take over the next little bit. We have a confirmed tornado warning here further north as we get here toward the Tupelo area. So we got to check on this one. That may be a little bit more in a line there. Is this one where it's large and extremely dangerous? No, it's considered now a base warning, not even confirmed at this moment. So that's good. But that's a tornado warning there for portions of Itawamba, Lee, and Monroe counties there, northeastern Mississippi, folks. So a lot happening already. We have, looks like, let's see, do the math here, 7 tornado warnings, 4 radars, 1 that was confirmed, and 2 with the emergency polygons down toward the south. So let's go back to the emergency here as we look down toward Walthall, Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties, and that is a very well-defined structure on this around the Darbin community, moving up toward the north and east, up toward Bassfield, and some of these other communities, some similar areas I talked about on Easter 2020, about almost 5 years ago now. You see Oak Valley or Oakville, that's another one of those communities here that we have to track, and that debris signature is just awful, just absolutely awful. As we're tracking things here, looks to be headed up in some of these different spots, and if this holds together, it may be a while. But, it would be a while, but if it holds together all the way to Meridian, then that could be a big problem for those folks there way up in Lauderdale County. But again, continuing to track things here, continuing to monitor them. We're going to go ahead and go to the broad perspective, I think. I want to see where our tornado watches are in play here at this point in time. And you can see that purple area, that is indicative of actually 2, and I'll put the lines on for, the delineation, 2 different particularly dangerous situation tornado watches. That means we could have multiple strong to violent tornadoes. We already probably have one now, but we're probably going to have a lot more of them throughout the afternoon and evening. You've got to be ready to take action to protect life and property here, folks. This is very serious. Very, very, very serious. As we look here off toward the west, that western box is a PDS warning at 6 p.m. Central Time, or PDS watch, excuse me, until 6 p.m. Central Time. Watch meaning conditions favorable for tornadic activity. Of course, we have some warnings meaning the conditions are happening right now that are within the watch, and then we have a PDS watch to the east. That one goes until a little bit later tonight. That goes out until about 8 p.m. Central Time. And I didn't share this out on Facebook separate like I did the first one. So let me go over some of the communities under the second PDS watch. Florence, Alabama, Huntsville, Anniston, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa. I know you guys are in there. University of Alabama. Montgomery's in this here. And some of these other areas in between as well. This could be a sobering situation where we have, many areas with, even maybe total devastation at points. We're talking about mobile home parks ripped apart, some even straight-built structures. We could end up having, it could end up just being a situation where we just have, in the worst-case situations, the home's completely gone and all that's left is the foundation. That's how bad we're talking here. This is the worst of the worst in tornadic weather, and that's what we're dealing with right now toward Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, as well as it looks like part of another county in that vicinity in terms of Marion, Mississippi. So again, continuing to track all this here, continuing to give you the latest, and these tornado parameters, and that's the model data there. Let me go ahead and pull up the parameters. They've escalated rapidly, very, very rapidly here, folks. This is bad news. It's what we were expecting, though. And they're just going to get worse and worse as the conditions become more and more favorable for destruction and for devastation here. So, if you're in a mobile home in these watch areas, you haven't had the storms come upon you yet, it's advised that you seek safer structures, safer shelter, because that mobile home could just be blown apart, even in the F0, F1 tornado, which shows, even more likely in a situation like this. But the F3s, the F4s, and the F5, definitely a possibility as well here. So, you gotta really be very mindful. Even a tree could just fall on a mobile home, even a site-built structure for that matter, but mobile home's a little more vulnerable in some ways to that, and then it could be, a situation where we have injuries and or fatalities. Let's have a tornado watch up toward parts of Tennessee there. That is a base tornado watch, but it includes Nashville. There's a flash flood warning already there. I know that's where the SEC men's basketball tournament is taking place, so we got our eyes on that there. I know, even local viewers are interested and may even be watching me from that area because the Florida Gator basketball team is up there in Nashville. They're scheduled to play around 3:30 approximately this afternoon against, I believe it's Alabama there in the second semifinal. So folks got to really be paying attention to the weather up there as they're coming and going because, we know what happened in 2008 with the tornado actually hitting the game there, the Georgia Dome in Atlanta. And that was, a small risk before a big outbreak. So at this time of year, you can have the big outbreaks like what we're dealing with right now, a very serious situation. So you see a moderate risk from just south of Nashville. Chattanooga's under that, but in the high risk, Birmingham, Meridian, around Tupelo. I'll take the radar off so you can see the geographic outline with this a little better, but you see around Tupelo there, and down through Columbus, Starkville, you're under a high risk of tornadoes. You Mississippi State University, Meridian there. You have Laurel, you have Hattiesburg, so that's that's southern Mississippi there, that university. So again, very bad stuff in that purple zone, really as bad as it gets here in tornadic weather. Now, we've had hurricanes at Florida, those are really bad. But in terms of tornadic weather, this can even be worse because it's a little more unpredictable, and you only have minutes to take south, or sometimes only seconds to take those tornado precautions. So again, this is very serious stuff here on this Saturday afternoon. I know you may want to watch college basketball, but if you're under one of these watches or in one of these risk zones here, you really need to be paying attention to the weather. If you're under a watch, I would say just kind of pay more attention to the weather than anything, and just kind of ignore the basketball games right now if they're even on TV, if they're not being interrupted, and the broadcasters, if they are being interrupted in your area, depending on what you're watching, because some of them are on cable, Big Ten's on regular broadcast television. I know if they're being interrupted, it's for your own, region's safety here. Maybe you're not getting hit, but your neighbor in town may be getting hit by a life-changing tornado. This is very, very serious stuff here. This is as bad as it gets in the meteorology world. We have a tornado emergency in play over Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Marion counties. Again, particularly dangerous situation. Large and destructive tornado near Salem, or 15 miles west of Columbia there. Again, I cannot emphasize it enough. And our rotation tracker's showing that storyline. And it continues here. Similar areas got hit 5 years ago on that Easter 2020. Bassfield, we were talking about you guys. I think it was a tornado emergency then. I'm pretty sure it was. It's been almost 5 years. And here we go again. For, hopefully it's not, for the most part, the same areas, but some. Sadly, it could be if a path intersects here somewhere. I know in Moore, Oklahoma, some areas they've gotten hit multiple times, at least in a spot here or there over the years, not just once, some, not so much. Others, a sad story there. But again, we now have, it looks like, 6 tornado warnings. I know we have the yellow boxes. Those are severe thunderstorm warnings. Those indicate wind hail threats here in general. We generally won't have time to talk about those for the national threat. And then we also have the green boxes here. Those are flash flood warnings. So remember to turn around, don't drown, the mantra there of the National Weather Service. So again, continue to track all this. We're looking at some things here from the broader perspective. I would say while we have time, that there's a tornado emergency. I don't know if we're going to have much time today, so this is not right in the most populated area. Let's go ahead and try to pull up our outlook here for the forecast. So let's go ahead and kind of look here. The model guidance is where I'm going with this. So honestly, already running maybe a little behind, because that's what it's supposed to look like now. We already have a tornado emergency to the east of that. So that's kind of an interesting trend here. And then you see this is what it's supposed to look like at 2 o'clock Central, 3 o'clock Central. I'm going to zoom out a little because look at Nashville. Folks trying to get to that basketball game. They're not sure. I don't know how the ticketing is with that, quite honestly, because I've been so busy. I like to watch college basketball. I mean, I'm an FSU fan, of course, but, I like to watch college basketball. But I know some events you'll have the ticketing separated there where folks don't have to go to both games, and sometimes they have to go to both. So I'm not sure how that works because other white folks, if they had to go to both, they'd already been there, but they may clear the arena in between. There's probably so much demand for those tickets that, that I would kind of think they would, just guessing. And if so, then folks are getting out in this weather to get to the acts. And even if not, I mean, some folks are just only going to go to the second game if the tickets are together. But anyhow, 3 o'clock Central, 4 o'clock Central, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. We're going to be doing this for hours and hours in that purple zone. I mean, the PDS watch there goes all the way out there until 9 o'clock Eastern, which is 8 o'clock Central here. You know, matter of life and death in that purple zone. This could be a harrowing day here in the meteorology world as we look here. 8 o'clock Central Time, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, midnight. You're watching East Alabama getting toward Atlanta at that point. Still a pretty noteworthy risk. And then as we get here toward our area, we're going to have to pay attention here eventually. Let me take off this watch fill anyway and see the risk. We have a moderate risk here for areas around Blakely. Albany's under enhanced. I know they may have trimmed this just a bit here. I know I've seen some of these, and I haven't had a chance to look at it exactly, but I kind of thought the moderate was seeping in a little bit more of our area at one point there, but we've been so busy, I'm not 100% sure, but even enhanced risk is a big deal, obviously. And let me reset that there. I changed the models up there because I clicked on the other button, but you kind of get the idea. This is going to be what it could look like at 2 a.m. Those probably aren't severe in our area yet, but the model could be a little off, and it could be severe accident instead. But then at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., you start to really see that stuff there. Be pretty prominent looking. 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. That's severe with a threat. 11 a.m., noon, 1, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. And then hopefully by about, at least, hope earlier than that, but at least by 8 o'clock you see it kind of maybe getting out of our area. That's tomorrow night. I mean, that's 30 hours from now. So this is a very busy situation here with the meteorology. So let me see the infrared satellite. I saw it quite as, low to find in a certain way today, but it's still a very bad situation here overall with the atmospheric parameters coming together. So a lot of purples, and that's not a good thing in meteorology. That is not a good thing. Let's get back to the tornado emergency right now. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the situation. I know as I'm looking at some of the characteristics here, I'm switching some radars around. Getting reported several trees down near Collier, maybe Cove in Rankin County, Mississippi. Let me go ahead and switch over to another source here. Again, starting off very bad with a tornado emergency. Not a good start with meteorology here at all. As we continue to track things. Again, that's still in play, it seems. And continuing the catastrophic damage potential. 12 miles northwest of Columbia, Mississippi. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. You see that tag in there. You see there's like furnace under this, but this is probably headed a little southeast of there. Don't take shelter for sure, but it's probably headed on a path kind of like this to some degree. I'm going to actually do a trace because that would probably be a little more accurate. I'm looking from the Jackson radar now, by the way, and I see the debris signature is not as well defined as it was, but I can kind of trace that still. So, by the way, I think that means it's weakening for the moment, but it doesn't mean it'll stay weakened here by any stretch. Any stretch of the imagination, but we're just going to kind of trace this on out here. Maybe something kind of like this. Pretty similar to what I had, though. Maybe headed toward Collins there in Mississippi and southeast Mississippi. As we're tracking things with the meteorology. Again, that looks weaker, though, so I'm hoping they'll drop the emergency, phrasing, the catastrophic tag here, which is indicative of a tornado, being very, very significant for folks here. Again, continuing to track this. I'll move this down just a little bit on the lobe. There's some lofted debris in there, obviously, indicative of the seriousness of the situation. So again, just continuing to check here. seeing some mesoscale discussants come out. They may be talking about an enhanced corridor of concern. I'm going to check that here on another source, so bear with me here. Bear with me as I'm trying to keep you guys safe and informed on all this. This is a very bad situation, some very bad news here in meteorology, here with the overall weather setup. I know we have a lot of different things we have to go to here with the coverage, so making some notes. Okay, there's some different areas of circles here, talking about intense tornadoes possible, particularly with a cell in Montgomery County here in toward a part of the Mississippi region. So yeah, they're watching this down here. They're thinking EF3 tornado can emerge out of this or stronger in the next little bit. That's something you don't normally hear the Storm Prediction Center say. That's pretty, blatant with this, extreme nature of things. Again, an intense tornado is supported by the environment, but it's contingent on storms benefiting from minimal interference from other nearby storms. And then as you look, I know they're talking about the potential up toward Tennessee and, QLCS threat, the line type threat there to watch and play. And then we have this mesoscale discussing, I know, definitely a volatile environment here for the storms to be involved in. So we have 4 tornado warnings right now. That's not as bad as last night in terms of the count of them, but one of these is an emergency. So, an emergency here. I think that emergency may get lifted here soon, but nonetheless, a nasty situation. Let's continue to look through things here. I know there's a lot of wind even. We had a head today around like Tallahassee. They're playing baseball, a doubleheader. FSU baseball is to get out ahead of things, but there's a lot of wind out there. Some of these gusts are upward about tropical storm force. So noteworthy there toward our coverage areas. We're always, going to be watching and we'll be on for any tornado warning storm in our 62 counties here on that Sunday. As we'll be paying attention to that. We're already paying attention very, very much so to this national threat. But as we get toward tomorrow, even a bigger deal, because it impacts parts of our local area. The threat's lower, but it's a bigger deal because our local counties are involved with the threat. But by the way, new tornado warning now. Let me take these mesoscale discussants off because they might get confused a little. Some of those kind of blend together, but okay, I know there's so much on here. It still might blend together, but this is more just the important stuff. But new tornado warning for Itawamba, portions of that zone in Monroe County and Mississippi. The Memphis office just issued that at 1:19 Central. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. We're looking at near a new wind there or near Amory. They got hit pretty hard. You're going back a couple years. I think it was I want to say 2023. I know the years since COVID have kind of blended together in some ways, some of them, but since 2020. But moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Talking about a tornado warning there with a possible tornado near Amory, Mississippi. And that's a concerning look on that in some ways. I know it was about this time of year. I think that was the same night we had the Rolling Fork tornado. And I know college basketball, March Madness was going, so I'm pretty sure it was 2023. But don't think it's underground right now, but I could change it any moment there on Amory up towards Smithville. Let me go ahead and pull this on in here. As we continue to watch, continue to track. Now you see around Bigby there. Radar indicator rotation. Eventually that could get into northwest Alabama. We have this radar indicated tornado, moving up toward the Walthall area there in Webster County. And then we have further down toward the south here with the emergency. Let's see how that looks on this radar. Let's just see how that kind of looks. Radar doesn't want to load here at the moment. Just so many folks trying to use these Dopplers. Further back toward the south and west. Damage to a trailer park there in Walthall County. Okay, observed tornado near Amory, so let's get up that way. It's kind of messy on this view, but apparently it's now tornado confirmed near Amory, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. No, right near the radar, so it's kind of a hard angle to see. But around Big B there, a tornado on the ground apparently in that vicinity. I'll scrub a little higher with some of these. Try to some of that rotation in there. Again, trying to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. Okay, that rotation's picking back up, it looks like, with the emergency. I'm looking on another radar source. Let me go ahead and go to that. And you can see here what we're dealing with. Let's just head right toward that area around Bassfield. And you can see that tornado debris here. So, looks like it's picking back up again. A tornado emergency here in toward parts of Mississippi, folks. Tornado emergency. Catastrophic damage is possible. Move to that interior room or basement. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet. And the basement is preferred here in a tornado safe room, especially the time one. And those can be pretty expensive. That's another option. Then your third option is interior room away from windows, just putting that baseball helmet on, something like that. Trying to, be in that best spot there to protect yourself. And then, if nothing else, you just don't want to be in a mobile home here either. So, again, we just saw that everybody's signature shift now to the one box up to the north and to the east. So, again, continuing to watch that here. Jumping back on camera right now here on this Saturday afternoon. We're still tracking things. I know the warning now for Jefferson Davis County. Okay, they've changed this from catastrophic to considerable, meaning it's no longer a tornado emergency as of this moment. So we don't have a tornado emergency anymore, but that could change back into one at some point if things start to, reorganize even more with this. This is northwest of Hattiesburg. That's not moving to Hattiesburg in that direction, but it's northwest of Hattiesburg there. As you watch those shear tracks, those were over the last hour. More action coming back in where, this action is now a similar area. The environment's just so volatile, it may not really matter that some of this area has been worked over a little. As we have the instability here over 2,000 joules per kilogram, and we have the tornado parameters. Some of these numbers here are over a 5, over a 6 when I'm querying some of these here, over an 8. These are, I think April 27th we had numbers over 10, so we're not quite there yet. There are some other parameters in play that help that day be more widespread and catastrophic. But we have bad trouble here, big trouble with this. I know some of these storms may have too much moisture here, and that means it could, be a rain wrap situation with a tornado, but sometimes also it may be a little bit harder for the wind to take advantage, of the storm structure and build it into something really volatile tornadically. If we have a little too much moisture, but we see, again, watching Western Meridian radar indicated tornado warning there, that continues into that area for portions of Newton County, Mississippi, near Lawrence or near Newton. So we have 6 tornado warnings right now on the board. Let's get back up toward Amory. Some really tight rotation up there. Let's get back into that's up toward Itawamba and Monroe counties and the Tupelo TV market. And up toward Smithville, Mississippi. Another area, it's like we're getting some of these areas that were hit back. Whether it's 2020 down to the south or 2023, I think it was up to the north. We're getting them hit again. And that's not what you want to see, or at least close by. Maybe, the path crossed, but not the same exact areas get hit, but the neighboring areas get hit. But kind of odd that some of these storms, so far in these similar spots. It wouldn't be quite as odd maybe if we're talking about eventually, because so much happened on April 27, 2011, if we start getting some of those towns hit again. Because it's been a little bit longer, but some of these not, as long, obviously, only, since 2020 or later. So interesting. Again, continuing to watch, continuing to track here. See a lot of wind energy in there, if nothing else with that. You saw some of those blues indicative of that. You see this box here. We have that confirmed tornado. let me go ahead and see what else we might have here for you. Let's go back to the other source. We have this, it's not a tornado emergency anymore, it's a PDS. As I'm clearing some of the information, doesn't mean it may not go back to tornado emergency. I know, kind of still looks like, it's not far off of a tornado emergency, quite honestly. That's why, I'm got to be making sure I use the right wording here with this. Not call it a tornado emergency anymore like it was, for the whole duration of recovered up until this point pretty much, because it still looks almost just as bad. I mean, you see the debris signature, the Jackson radar is pretty far away. So, I mean, that debris, let's see here, do the distant tracking, that's debris over 4,000 feet or so. It could be worse, don't get me wrong, but let's go higher up on this to see how much worse. That's pretty high up. I don't know if it's clear on that, but it was at least, I mean, I kind of see it on that too, but this one you definitely see it on. So, I mean, there's at least debris. I mean, that looks like it's about 8,000 feet thin, and that means probably even a little bit higher than that. So that's a significant tornado, EF2 type of situation, maybe even an EF3 in there. And that could definitely re-strengthen into something more, potentially more ominous. Could be like an EF4. You gotta be really paying attention around Collins, Mississippi. Gotta be ready to take those tornado precautions. There's a lot of rain out ahead, so it might be kind of catching you off guard when there's a tornado potentially on the back side like this. So again, switching from tilt 2 to tilt 1 there as we look at things. They're gonna probably go back tornado emergency on this. I mean, make sure that's the closest radar. 65. 94, yeah, that's bad. That is really bad here. As I'm going to check some things, I want to make sure we're on the closest radar. So I'm checking some things here. Yeah, it would be Jackson. They're going considerable, not catastrophic there still for Jefferson Davis County. But, I would be taking shelter there. It's headed right up into toward the Collins area, Mississippi. That's another county, so they could always issue another tornado emergency as this gets further on over. I know sometimes drawing these, arrows aren't my strong suit, but you get the idea as we're tracking things here. That's a significant tornado PDS situation, a particularly dangerous weather situation here that we're dealing with. You gotta take shelter. Again, that means really bad stuff here when it's a PDS. I'm just kind of writing that out. As we're tracking this, let me do that again. But I think it's gonna be an emergency again here in a second. But it's kind of hard to write on here. I apologize. But let me just kind of try to watch here again. This is a particularly dangerous situation, a PDS. So again, continuing to track it, continuing to monitor. It's not good here. Again, it's probably an emergency again soon. Okay, there's a new warning now to the north and east. It's a PDS warning. We have the PDS warning here, but then to the north and east, PDS warning now in play for Covington, Jones, and Smith counties. A large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Carson, or 7 miles east of Prentiss, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. I know one thing I will say, last night's tornadoes, we had, in a lot of these areas, not all of them, but a lot of them, they weren't like around St. Louis. A lot of those, we were so far away from the radar, it was hard to really, we were giving you the warnings, and we ended up having a, terrible loss of life there, and, but it was hard to pinpoint exact spots, because, there were a lot of them, too, a lot of these, and then we also had a situation there where, sadly, folks, camping out on a Friday night, it sounds like, at least with some fatalities, at places like that. So you hate hearing about stuff like that. Or any fatality, but it's just terrible to hear about maybe folks in a spot here where that it just took a turn for the worst. As you can see here, particularly dangerous situation. None of those times were in Eastern, so ignore those. But let me go ahead and say here, that's 55 one way, that's 86 the other way. So you do the math on that. So let's just say, we'll round up, you go 60, and you're round down, so it'd be 140-mile-an-hour winds. The latest scan was actually it's just very, very slightly weaker, very slightly. We'll wait for the debris update here. Okay, well, we're going to keep our eyes on that. We now have a tornado warning in Alabama. I think that might be our first since, at least, maybe early this morning we might have had some kind of creep on in there. But again, I just continue to track things here. Okay, so we were tracking stuff, and I know this is actually, I said it's a PDS, it's for radar indicated rotation. It's a little bit different. I know back out here, they did say weather spotters confirmed. This is definitely confirmed there. Okay, but let's see. So there's now another. Is it down here? Okay, now they're talking about. I don't know. Our Jackson radar is not wanting to load on this source. I may just have to go back here in our other system, which I kind of prefer the one. I used the other for off camera more, but we'll go to the composite for a moment. I hate going to composite really, but I want to just kind of put this up behind me as we have, more of these PDS warnings here back behind. PDS, a confirmed tornado over Tylertown or 20 miles east of Macomb. As we're tracking this, and then a large tornado near Salem is another way of putting this, or 18 miles west of Columbia, Mississippi. We also have the tornado warning now creeping into Alabama. That's what I was alluding to a moment ago. Marion County, Alabama now. The northwest Alabama, Scottsville, and Bear in Alabama now under that tornado warning over there. So let's go ahead and keep looking at things. Keep tracking them. I'm going to switch radar sources on the other end here. I have another source on radar I can go to. Let me try that. It sometimes isn't quite as good, but I want to be able to at least pull that up in there. So let me go ahead. I'm kind of switching. Okay, yeah. So we're going to pull the debris tracker in here. This time around on this mode, it didn't show the debris maybe sometimes quite as well as it actually would show in a different way, but there's definitely a debris signature there north of Tylertown, Mississippi now, in the Walthall County area. This is west of Kokomo. So they've already been hit down there earlier on. Walthall County, there was damage to a trailer park earlier on, about an hour ago, and now another tornado in the same county, a different one, a different storm. So that's, nasty stuff. And then we have Jefferson County here in parts of Mississippi. That's when we had the emergency in play. See that rotation going up toward the north and east. That is considered a large and extremely dangerous tornado over Salem, or 17 miles west of Columbia in Mississippi. So that's a really nasty situation. Okay, that's a different one. Let me check that. Okay, this one here, this is east of Columbia, but this is near Carson, or 7 miles east of Prentice. But this is the one west of Columbia. There's Columbia, so Mississippi for perspective. So just trying to get my bearings here geographically as we continue along. Continue to try to keep you guys safe and informed here. It's very adverse weather situation. Very adverse weather scenario, obviously, as things do move along. Again, trying to keep you guys informed here on what we're tracking, what we're dealing with. I'm going to take some power outage numbers here real quick. And I see Missouri is, sitting at the top there with over 100,000 customers still in the dark from last night. 107,617 customers in the dark there. They really got hit hard with multiple fatalities in that state. Mississippi already 18,000 or so customers in the dark, and we're just getting going there. That's according to Paradise.us there for the source on all that. So, again, continuing to keep you guys informed here. Continuing to keep you guys safe. Again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. I'm just going through some things here behind the scenes. Such a bad situation sitting down because there's just, so much happening here. So much is still going to happen toward our area. I'm sending out some of the latest from the Weather Service, and at times moved up just a little bit for tomorrow for some of the storms like from Stark in Jacksonville, Lake City, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. is the current timeline from the Weather Service in Jacksonville for tomorrow. So, again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Again, continuing to track. I'm just going through some things here behind the scenes. Trying to stay on top of things. It's all about taking, those precautions here. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me. Saturday afternoon here, the 15th of March, 2025. As you see the PDS area of the watch Jackson tornado watches indicating that life-threatening danger. Very serious stuff, my friends. Although I see there's a tornado report coming out of northern Arkansas from last night where they sent out a survey. They're saying EF3 damage there with peak winds of 140. So we had multiple strong tornadoes in that range, I'm sure, throughout several states. As we were looking at things here yesterday and now into today, some of them ongoing. So again, we currently now have a number of more tornado warnings than we did earlier. It's now up to 10 tornado warnings. So some of these radar indicated, some aren't. Let's go off some of these ones here that are radar indicated that are expiring a little earlier. So just a few minutes from now, this one, Marion, Mississippi, expired. Then Marion, Alabama, that goes until 2 o'clock Central. Chickasaw, Lee, Monroe, Pontotoc, 2:15 local time there. Franklin County, Alabama. Some of these go in order, but I have a list. I can just go up and down, so it's a little easier to jump around on my end. Actually, 2:15 Franklin County, Alabama. Radar indicated. Then you have a tornado warning that's radar indicated there where Kemper, Lauderdale, Neshoba, and Newton counties. In Covington and Jones and Smith counties till 2:30 local time. Itawamba until 3 o'clock. Ward Hall. These are now confirmed ones when they're purple. That's till 3:15. Okay, let me do the math again on that. Okay, I know I'm kind of like looking at the math here, doing my conversions, but okay, those start off different now because Itawamba is going to be until 2 o'clock Central Time. Beg your pardon. Walt Hall County to 2:15 Central Time. Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Marion to 2:30. And then the emergency one, which is not an emergency right now, that continues for a few more minutes. It's a different category on my system right now. But Walt Hall County, Mississippi, large confirmed tornado near Salem or 14 miles west of Columbia. Some of these similar areas being hit again. With this sequence here. With sequence. You see some greens and reds here. You see the debris signature around Darwin. Take shelter now. Take those tornado precautions here. Take those precautions. Large tornado. And then you have this large tornado up here. Jefferson, Davis County getting into north parts of Covington as well as Smith and Jones. So some really nasty stuff, really serious stuff here in the meteorology world. So we're continuing to track all these here. Officially not tornado emergencies at the moment. But large tornado spotted, confirmed. Gotta take shelter. I know, please take those precautions. We have that other area now. I mean, we just had the one tornado. I'm going to switch over to other source. You just had the emergency tornado. That's now further up here. At least on this mode, it looks a little weaker. But then you have this tornado back out here. And I know I'm not putting the X in the perfect spot. But now you have that tornado back there. So By the way, report to flash flooding around Tupelo with the stranded motorist. Having to do with floodwaters on Gloucester Street in Tupelo. Again, just trying to keep you up to date here. I know, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed on this Saturday afternoon. So let me go ahead and move away from the radar scope source. Again, I'm back on camera again as we continue to track things. Again, watching everything here for you. Let's go ahead and put the tips up real quick. Again, when there's a tornado watching plan, especially a particularly dangerous situation, I want you to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts, and when there's a tornado warning, that means the tornado has been detected using radar is spotted. You want to seek sector type of 30 building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, and something like that. And you also want to have your shoes on here to make sure you don't cut yourself. If you're trying to get out of a home, something like that, where there's been damage, you could cut yourself on broken glass and the like. So that's a way to help protect yourself. So again, continuing to track all this here. What I'm thinking about doing right now is, with not a tornado emergency in play, at least here at this moment, it could change at any moment, is I think we're going to take a break into the top of the hour here until at 2 o'clock Central Time, 3 o'clock Eastern. They have the radar looping around. By the way, considerable flash flood threat up there to the north now. Calhoun, Chickasaw, Lafayette, Lee, Pontotoc, Union, some of those counties there in Mississippi. So that's something they're watching up there. All this rain kind of training at some point. You can kind of look. Some of it's kind of going over similar areas up there. So again, continue to track all this. I'll be back at the top of the hour more unless we get another, tornado emergency type situation or something that's really dire. We need to rake back in for sooner. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll be back at the top of the hour more with this historic tornado outbreak, potentially a generational event. An event that folks remember for a generation and for generations. So we're going to be here. We just want you guys to be protected here with these adverse conditions. So please take those tornado precautions if you have a tornado warning for your area. And this stuff has already been deadly, and it's going to continue to be life-threatening here in the hours, and into tomorrow, as that comes into the picture here as well. So currently now 9 tornado warnings on the board. And we'll be back with more here soon, about 15 minutes or so, unless we need to pop back in sooner. For now, meteorologist Casey Cloud. We're going to go to the looping radar view of this with me off camera here, no sound. But if we need to pop back in sooner, as there's now 8 tornado warnings on the latest count, if we need to pop back in sooner, we will. Stay tuned, everybody.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour. It is 3 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Central, as I try to keep you guys safe and informed here. And you do see that purple area there. That is where we have that broad zone, where we have the particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch and play. And then these pink boxes there, purple boxes, however you want to describe them, these are we've had confirmed tornadoes. So nasty, nasty stuff here as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring things here this afternoon. So again, some really serious stuff, really serious situations as we look at things there in eastern and southeastern Mississippi. So let's go ahead and keep looking at some things here. Some really nasty circulations. So make sure you're seeking section in that sturdy building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something along those lines. So very important to keep in mind here this afternoon as I continue to give you guys the latest. Of course, if you're under a tornado watch, you need to stay tuned for the latest updates. Have multiple ways to receive alerts. So they come back on camera right now. Again, just continuing to give you guys the latest. Let me switch over to our other source here, and you'll be able to see that we do have some of the blues, some of the reds here showing on up. Don't have the debris on that one. Maybe it's well defined at the moment. But we have to be very careful. I know this one here, very tight circulation to the community of Hot Coffee, Mississippi. And then we have another area there northwest of Meridian that we're watching here as well. So again, just continuing to keep you guys up to date on exactly what is happening here. We have these circulations. This is considered a confirmed tornado in that area up to areas there north and west of Laurel there in Mississippi. It looks like that is probably now, let me double check. So northeast of Collins, let's see here. So yeah, this is now considered a PDS tornado warning. Just got updated. Large and extremely dangerous tornado southwest of Taylorsville, Mississippi. That hook well defined here on the Doppler perspective. You see that hook there on everything that we're showing you. And then we have this area down here. This is considered a damaging tornado, so not the PDS warning, but still dangerous. And we have other storms here all by themselves as we track things, as we monitor them. I know, just continuing to give you guys the very latest. You see some rotation there moving in the Pike County. You have this area here, some rotation as well in parts of Louisiana. So we have just a lot of stuff going on in terms of these warnings. A slew of warnings here in play right now. Let me jump on back over toward the other perspective that we use here in the Weather Center, and you see all the action in northern New Orleans, but around New Orleans they are getting a report at NAS New Orleans of gust to 59 miles an hour from the southwest here recently. So, nasty weather situation overall. Again, continuing to track everything here, continuing to monitor everything as the timeline does go along. So, again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. That's exactly what it's about here on this Saturday afternoon. This historic tornado outbreak. Historic tornado outbreak here that I'm continuing to track. Again, just trying to let you guys know exactly what's going on here as the situation does transpire. Just look at some of the sources right now here behind the scenes. So bear with me, just trying to effort everything I can here, all the very latest on what's happening. So again, just continuing to keep you guys informed here. This is a big deal here, a big deal. So again, let me go ahead and see what else we might have here. Let's go over to our other source. All right, moving right into toward Bassfield, Mississippi now. Let's go ahead and jump over here. That's a really tight circulation. and that, definitely capable of producing a tornado. It's an observed tornado. That little area there might get a lot bigger here in a moment, as we have this tornadic situation moving toward Bassfield. And then you have, this is even worse. This may get an emergency, folks, off of this radar. The way that's sewing up, it didn't self as well on a debris tracker, but that wind in there right near Taylorsville, Mississippi. If you're in Taylorsville, you need to get underground. You need to get underground right now there in Taylorsville, Mississippi. This is very bad news. Seek shelter to the 30 building, or, get in that basement if you can. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is really serious stuff here, as you have that very tight circulation here on the Doppler moving right toward Taylorsville, Mississippi. Again, this is a really big deal. Really big deal there around Taylorsville. Make it an emergency, but nonetheless, we have some really bad wind in there. And we're talking about winds of 86 one way and 70-40 other way. So you add those together to get an idea of what the speeds could be there. About 150 miles an hour, give or take, down toward the surface. You have 3 tornadoes, maybe heading toward the Taylorsville, Mississippi area right now. Again, that is not good here. That is our PDS warning that could go up to an emergency here. The way that is looking, if that trend continues, that is a brief one, maybe. Oh my gosh, is that the latest update there? Is that just double check some stuff? Yeah, that's not good. That is not good. Yikes. Wow. That's just an emergency. I know I don't have an emergency officially, but that's an emergency here, folks. That just hit, and is hitting right now Taylorsville, Mississippi in a very terrible way, it would seem. I know there's a notch here, but I'm looking at my times and looking at some different mode. That looks like a terrible debris signature right there over Taylorsville, Mississippi. Terrible situation there around Taylorsville, Mississippi right now. Again, it's a matter of life and death there in toward that area. Particularly dangerous situation. Let's go ahead. I'll come back on camera right now as we continue along with this. I'll continue to give you guys the very latest here on what's going on. I'm going to go ahead and see what we might have here with this. We're going to go ahead and continue here. Again, very tight spin. And then that debris signature, that is not good here. That town taking a direct hit there in Mississippi. A direct hit by a significant tornado. Probably going to have, massive damage there. Massive damage around Taylorsville in Mississippi. Again, some very bad news there, obviously. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring them here. And just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on everything. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family here. Let me go ahead and pull up those tornado safety tips here once again. Let's throw those back up on the screen as we continue here with the coverage. Extremely dangerous tornado located over Taylorsville, 11 miles southwest of Space Springs, Mississippi. Moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. That's one of the worst ones we've seen out of all this here the last couple of days. All of these storms, just absolutely terrifying here to see what we just saw with that debris signature in toward that area. You hate seeing stuff like that here in toward the meteorology. It's just an awful sight. Again, that's what we're dealing with here right now. Again, I'm just continuing to give you guys the very latest here on what is going on what is happening. Just trying to keep you guys informed here with the very latest developments. So, again, just trying to keep you guys safe. Let me go ahead. I'll switch to a different mode now. I'll switch to a different mode here. Bear with me. We're going to go back to the radar here around Taylorsville. That is an awful debris signature. That's at 3,000 feet. It's so dense. and just a, a pretty highly populated community. They're looking up at some of the other frames and levels, but that just hit right in there. Might be weakening very slightly, but that's not going to mean anything to the folks in Taylorsville, Mississippi after this just went through in a very terrible way. I know, checking some other modes here. About 7,000 feet up, significant debris signature. Probably even higher than that though, but at least 7,000 feet up with this tornado. With this very concerning tornado here, folks. That's, the tilt 2, this is tilt 1. If I go to tilt 3, I think it's there as well. That'd be getting it's over 10,000 feet more than likely. And this is going to move in, out of that one area there, on Taylorsville and into areas further downstream. Particularly dangerous situation further downstream. So, gotta be very mindful of this. Continuing to track. Let me go ahead and give you an idea of some of the counties I know. By the way, possible tornado damage toward Chickasaw County, Mississippi there later on to the north. But it's down to the south here. Confirmed tornado. That threat is spreading into Jasper and northwestern Clark counties and east central Mississippi. So a radar confirmed tornado there. A radar confirmed tornado. Bay Springs, Strainer, Turnerville, Vernon, Lewin, Paulding, Rose Hill, Orange, Enterprise, Stonewall. Again, an extremely dangerous situation here. Not an emergency, but it pretty much is, and was an emergency there for Taylorsville just a few moments ago. And that frame's a few minutes behind now. Let me go ahead and go back to our other frame on our other source. Let me go ahead and jump back on over to that. Again, as we continue to give you guys the very latest here on exactly what's happening. Again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed here on this Saturday afternoon. It's March 15th, 2025. Just keep going between some of the different modes here, obviously. Let me get my mouse in here. There's that area of spin right around Taylorsville. That's tilt 3. Let me go to tilt 1 again. That's awful looking. Let me see how it looks from some of the other neighboring radars here. Not good stuff at all. This radar may not show it. Let me go ahead and get off to the Hammond radar. I know that used to be, the area where we had a New Orleans radar. They moved it, but similar vicinity. Now, at least you're not seeing it further away, but it may have hit right in town, and then it's going to take a little bit for the debris to come up there. It may be in there. It's just sometimes a little harder to pick out when we've been doing coverage for so long, but that's tornado debris that just went right through Taylorsville, and I think the frame before wasn't hardly, much there, a little bit, but it wasn't near that well to find, and it went right, it made a beeline right through town for those poor people of Taylorsville, Mississippi. Let's get some more information on Taylorsville, Mississippi here, folks. Even though that wasn't officially a tornado emergency, that's the worst signature we've probably had here in our 2 days so far. Granted, radar distance can affect how this will look sometimes as we track things, as we monitor things here. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest. We're talking about a town with about 1,148 folks in Taylorsville, Mississippi. So that's telling that weather story. Definitely telling that weather story. Just hope everybody's okay there, but it's probably not the case. Violent tornado based on some indications. This is that environment that's conducive for it. Some social media pictures are kind of backing this up, but it seems to have been, a very significant area here in size on the debris tracker, in terms of just the overall spatial extent of that debris, meaning some really bad things probably just happened in that community there. I know, just continuing to track that's there toward parts of Mississippi and getting northwest of Laurel, kind of there in, spot with kind of the Jackson, the Hattiesburg, the Meridian TV stations, in there. I don't know which market it would officially be, but that's Smith County there, Mississippi. Again, very bad situation. Very bad scenario. It took a direct hit, it seems like. Surrounded a violent tornado. Again, not good here, not good at all. Powerful, powerful twister, it seems like, came through there. Not good stuff. An awful scenario. And I'm sure we'll be getting information on in here in the next little bit on this. Again, still tracking this. Going between some of the different modes. You see Bay Springs is a little bit, I don't want to say weaker, but a little bit less, defined, a little more stretched out, and that debris signature backs that up on the latest scan now. But that didn't mean this couldn't reproduce something really significant up toward Bay Springs and toward parts of Jasper County, Mississippi. But again, really bad stuff as we're looking here. Let's see what else we got, though, at the moment. So we've been looking there at Jones, Jasper, and Clark. Then you have Covington, Jones, and Jefferson Davis. As we're looking here, that is a confirmed tornado down there, a radar confirmed tornado in that vicinity. Then you have Jefferson Davis there, that same vicinity, it would look like. Kemper and Lauderdale's radar indicated it was confirmed at one point up in that vicinity, and then, it's just that one storm though is the one that's been really significant. We have some other tornado warnings as well. Let's get to some of these. You have Lowndes and Noxubee. And some of those zones there, like around Macon there in Noxubee County. Take shelter, that's radar indicated right now. Then you have Colbert and Franklin and Lauderdale and Lawrence County, the northwest Alabama, around Russellville. Take shelter. Kemper County in Mississippi. Take shelter. Pike and Walthall further to the south. Getting back into some of these areas that have been impacted earlier on to some degree. There's Pike County. And then not far from Walthall, and then another storm out here. So we have currently 10 tornado warnings in the country. So we're going to gather some more information. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with further details. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. We're going to keep you guys up to date here with this tornado outbreak. Big, terrible day here in 2025 with a severe weather threat. Please take shelter when a tornado warning is issued for your area. I know I'm going to be watching things. I'm going to be tracking the best I can. And this is a very, very big deal. And you just got to be ready to seek those tornado safe spots here at once. Interior room, away from windows. That's if you don't have a basement. That's if you don't have a specialized tornado safe room. Tornado safe room and basement similar in protection. Interior room, if the house is destroyed, it still offers the most protection compared to nothing, but it's not, as, maybe safe as a basement or a specially built tornado safe room. So that's the type of stuff we're dealing with today. This isn't just, your normal, typical run-of-the-mill, lower end. No tornadoes run-of-the-mill, but lower end stuff here where it's not, if you do everything right, you'll be okay for sure, pretty much, or most likely. But in this case, it's not a guarantee because we have these winds that can be so volatile. So please pay attention here, and we need to follow along. Again, more updates here soon. See you with another report in about 10 minutes.
This is a Clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here with us at the bottom of the hour, 2:30 Central Time, as we're now tracking 6 tornado warnings on the board with this major tornado outbreak here on March 15th, 2025. You see that purple shaded area, that broad purple area? I know. I'm watching things very carefully because, this is indicative of something that's really significant here with a particularly dangerous situation. A tornado watch sequence. We have multiple watch boxes for this here as we're looking, as we're tracking. You have the pink boxes, which mean confirmed tornadoes, and the red mean radar indicated. So again, just continuing to give you guys the latest here on what's happening and moving, right there near around Collins right now in Covington County. There may be a tornado in that vicinity, have been, and could still be in toward that area. So let me go ahead and switch on over here toward this radar view. You can see that circulation there on the Doppler perspective. And that could be debris. Let's see if that's co-located. I had to switch to a different radar view because there's a little bit of an issue here with some of these trying to come on in. And then let me go ahead and I'll see if I can get this up on a different perspective even than this one. Bear with me here. Yeah, signature on velocity isn't as conducive for the tornado, but it seemed like we had something there on debris. So let me go ahead and go through this here over the last little bit. I'm just kind of watching the loop of this. Yeah, it looks like something out here. Of course, we had the PDS warning in play, particularly dangerous situation. And you see Taylorsville, I mean, they just got hit. And now they're, in line maybe for some more of this. And then that's a different mode I don't normally show on here, but let's switch out of that. A spectrum width, if you're wondering. It's something we can use, but it's not something we use very often here on the broadcast. But Lewin there, watching some of that rotation. It's an observed tornado. That's what we had. That storm, as we were looking earlier on, this one was producing the more significant tornado down toward Taylorsville. So it's a mess here, folks. With as many warnings we have another tornado warning around Columbus, Mississippi. That is radar indicated right now. We have radar indicated down here around DeKalb there. And then you have in western Alabama, radar indicated running around Gainesville, Alabama. So there's a lot going on here for sure with the meteorology. Let me go ahead and jump back around to some of other modes here. I'm going to go ahead and check here some of the other information. It's all about protecting everybody out there, about informing you, your friends, and your family. So again, just continuing to track things here, continuing to give you guys the very latest on exactly what is happening. We have a slew of warnings. The most concerning there in Mississippi, where we've had confirmed tornadic activity there with the polygons being pink. Clark and Jasper, and then Covington, Jefferson, Davis, and Jones. And then you have the red ones would indicate radar indicated tornadoes. So, again, that's the storyline right now as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring it, as we're giving you guys the very, very latest here on what is happening. So, again, I'm going between everything behind the scenes the best I can here this afternoon. Again, it's all about keeping everybody informed. Let's pull up those tornado safety tips here right now. Again, seek Southern had a 30 building, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. So, again, just trying to keep you guys safe here, and trying to keep you guys informed on what's happening. You want to make sure you're seeking shelter inside that sturdy building. It's just so important here that you take these storms seriously. Taylor's already got hit, and let me see what we might have in terms of any information there preliminarily, because that looked really bad. What I was tracking there around Taylorsville and Mississippi. Again, just continuing to track everything here in the Weather Center. Just continuing to track everything here in the Weather Center on this Saturday. I'm just trying to stay on top of things the best we can here with the meteorology and the light. So important. I'm going to effort some more information now. There's some terrible video. I can't show this. I'm not authorized to show this on the air, but looking through social media here, there's at least one terrible video already of the twister that came in there, the one we had that terrible debris signature. So there's more than that as I keep going through. I see pictures here, just a terrible situation. Terrible situation. And the Storm Prediction Center is most concerned about an area there, including Meridian, Laurel, Hattiesburg, that vicinity there, and they say winds in a tornado could reach as high as 190 miles an hour in the worst case, the absolute worst case scenario in an isolated instance. So, not good here, not good at all. Again, really serious stuff. You just feel bad. You pray for these poor people here as we continue here to track the situation. I see a gust of 50 miles an hour on Hattiesburg as we're looking at things here in the Weather Center. I'm going to go ahead and jump back on camera right now, I think, here at about 2:37 Central Time on your Saturday afternoon. Again, continuing to track things here very, very carefully. This is a very dangerous weather situation. You've got to be paying attention here. You got to be paying attention to what's going on. You have that purple zone here. That is, extreme danger. Extreme danger, my friends. This is a matter of life and death. I mean, we still got time to prepare, time to evacuate these mobile homes out ahead of these storms in areas like Montgomery and Selma, especially. Even around like Demopolis, it's not, too bad there right now. Birmingham, we got some thunderstorms, but not severe. Anniston, Huntsville, lightning coming in there. It's a little more, nasty, but really still it's about, being prepared in case a tornado of destructive, disruptive type of really parameters comes your way. So again, we got to be very mindful here of what's going on. You see flash flood warning on NASFA. I know that SEC semifinal game 1 is completed between Auburn and Tennessee, with Tennessee pulling the upset. But now, a lot of rain coming down in Nashville. This is dangerous stuff there in or Davidson County. So you got to be very mindful of that, obviously. And then not tornado weather right now there, but there's a tornado watch. Let's look for any type of rotation. I don't know if I love that little notch. We haven't looked much at the other radar up there. I wanted to just make sure we're not missing anything. Because I know there may be, folks from our area up there in Tennessee because of the Gator basketball team, their men's basketball team. Their second, game of the day, their SEC tournament. Going to get underway soon. The second semifinal. It'll be Florida against Alabama. And there is at least an advisory for the storms coming on through there for some winds to about 40 miles an hour. So that's nothing like what we're seeing toward the south. But still, you got to watch for these embedded little spins. I know the velocity's still pretty high actually, but got to watch out for embedded spins. As we look here, you see the radar site. And you look to the south, there is a tornado warning for areas like around Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, and then west of Huntsville. You have, it's a severe thunderstorm warning in Lawrenceburg, but tornado warning down toward the Florence area. And that's when you got to take those tornado precautions. So, again, tracking this here carefully. Got to make sure you're seeking set into that sturdy building, getting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protecting yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, something like that here. In toward that area. And that storm, by the way, let's switch to the high top radar, the Huntsville radar. Bear with me here. Bear with me. By the way, there's a tornado confirmed around Montrose, Mississippi now, or 10 miles northeast of Bay Springs. But let's get back into this Alabama storm here. Let's go ahead and jump back on into it. We'll see exactly what we're talking about here with this situation. It's just a one-man band, so I'm having to kind of coordinate as I talk. But as we look ahead into tomorrow, we're going to have local concern, North Florida, South Georgia. So make sure you're, especially Tallahassee, Albany, having ways to get alerts overnight. because that's when the threat would be the highest in our area, and it would be, the area that gets hit when folks are sleeping generally versus to the east would be when most folks are awake. But again, as we're looking at things here, as we're tracking, okay, need to switch to that radar high top because that would show us a lot better. And we do have reports there of hail up to about 2.75 inches in diameter, baseball-sized hail reported in the Colbert Heights community there, 4 miles south of Tuscumbia there. Emergency management. So that's not what you want to hear, obviously, and that's just a sign that these storms are very volatile. Right now at least, and it doesn't really mean much. This is almost, maybe not even worth saying, but these storms right now don't look, near as bad as like what we had, let's say, back in 2011 for the most part, at April 27th, fateful day. But it didn't take, something like that to be, life-threatening here by any stretch. Pockets of just extreme damage are still a possibility. Probably already had some of that earlier on. But, right now at least, we have so many storms, it seems like, out there. And a lot of moisture. These storms, some of them are reaching, full potential of extreme danger. Others are not quite, but that could still change. There's still hours of daytime heating left here. And even if we don't have, a whole bunch of, violent tornadoes, maybe just a handful of them, it could still be a deadly situation. Okay, let's see. I know I happen to have that up, and that caught my eye there. I don't know if it's still in here because I just switched, and oh, wow. Looks like, I don't know if that's accurate or not, but it shows that there was an earthquake here in that area maybe an hour ago. I don't know if that's accurate, but it popped up in our source here. I'll take that off, but that's interesting there. It could just be some type of situation where these tornadoes have caused something. Or let me see. I'll take the official USGS site here real quick. That's weird. Probably something that you're not used to seeing there. And it shows up there earthquake around McGee, Mississippi, but I'll check to see if there's been any indications that may not be accurate or not. Bear with me. Definitely odd. Okay, so interesting. That's showing up as a possible earthquake anyway in that area. I don't know if that's accurate, but 3.0 earthquake there in that region. That's not significant, but for that area, that's odd. You don't really get earthquakes there very much in Mississippi at all, so noteworthy. But anyhow, we're going to go ahead and keep looking. I know on Taylorsville already a report of extensive tree damage there along Highway 37 and damage to the roof of structure, but probably even more than that there. And you see some of these different greens and red areas coming together here on air as we continue to track things here, continue to monitor. We still have to get these storms through areas of Alabama and then even later on toward in our area. And we still got many, many, many hours to go. Still probably, 30 more hours to this. Maybe at this point it's more like 24, but we shall see. These tornado parameters here, I remember it's, back in 2011, the first time I ever heard, I was in high school, and the first time I ever heard the word really significant tornado parameter, I remember watching the Fox station there, Fox 6 out of Birmingham, WBRC, the chief meteorologist in JP Dice, and he's, I think, helping out with their coverage today. He was showing these, values on the air, and they were showing numbers of 10 on that fateful April 27th. And that was just off the chart. Normally they're like around 2, in some of these events here that can still be noteworthy. Right now we're seeing 5. So it's not April 27th, but it's still bad. Some areas closer to 6 as I'm querying some of these numbers, or even just over 6 around Demopolis. So again, continuing to track things here, continuing to monitor this situation as we're dealing with it here this afternoon. Again, trying to give you guys a heads up on things. That wind, the southerly wind coming in, bringing that moisture, bringing in the overall situation to be more favorable for destruction. As we look down here on Hattiesburg and the like, we're getting some of these values closer to 4 or 5. And then the energy, they're over 2,000 joules per kilogram. Some of these are around west of Birmingham, closer to 1,500. So, you know, it's a give and take here for sure. Again, continuing to track things here, continuing to monitor. Let me go ahead and continue to give you the latest. 2:46 Central Time is at current time here on this Saturday afternoon. Again, continuing to give you the latest here. Seeing if there's any questions or comments from any of the viewers. We definitely have a continuing tornado threat here, unfortunately, as we're looking at things across parts of especially Mississippi and Alabama in the hours to come. Not what you want to see. Not what you want to see here. Gotta be paying attention. Gotta be staying weather aware. Reports of extensive tree damage along Highway 37, damage to the roof of structure in Smith County. I think we already talked about something like that there, but just to reiterate that, that's around Taylorsville, Mississippi. So that accident we were tracking earlier on, I think, happened around 2:05 Central Time. Again, trying to give you the latest. Trying to keep you up to date. Trying to keep you safe and informed. So we're still here in the Weather Center. Trying to be here for you guys. Okay, so 7 tornado warnings on the board right now. Come back on camera. You see these are down here with the purple boxes. That's where we've had more of the confirmations over the last little bit. And you see these reds, these are radar indicated ones. I'm going to keep checking some of my different modes here. And another spin around Taylorsville may be producing right now in Mississippi, which is scary. Already had the one, touchdown here. It is indication shows it right here now. That's been another storm coming right on through. So I know I'm not putting that perfectly, but right in here now, be coming through there. Not sure that was on the ground. This one definitely was on the ground coming through here, it seemed, based on the preliminary indications. So not good there with multiple storms. These are in Mississippi. These are terrible for these communities. And we have to keep watching. So far we haven't had extremely, powerful tornado go through a major metro area, but that could still change here in the hours to come. We gotta stay weather aware, stay alert to the rapidly changing weather conditions here in toward the meteorology world. So again, continuing to track this here, continuing to monitor. Okay, so Western Alabama, pretty nasty. Radar indication there on State Road 17. Okay, I'm seeing a Lauderdale and Newton tornado warning, confirmed tornado. Okay, so let's just continue to look at things here. Continue to monitor. I'm going to go ahead and switch. Yes, this area up here, Meridian westward. And we continue to track. Again, continuing to give you the very latest. We'll pull this radar in. So there's definitely some spin out back in here. Watching that kind of get up into where that box there that includes portions of Lauderdale and Newton until 3:45 Central Time. So Again, continuing to give you the very latest, continuing to update you guys. These spins still so prominent, still so dangerous. And we're going to keep you up to date. We're going to take a break here, I think, into the top of the hour. Another little break to gather some more information. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date. I see there's been some, looks like issues with lightning even north of Nashville earlier. Let me check that. I'm going to go ahead and loop some stuff around behind the scenes first. Actually, in this southern Kentucky, apparently several houses struck by lightning there in Logan County, Kentucky. So you hate hearing stuff like that. I mean, that's not like the house being just, completely leveled by a tornado, but that still can cause extensive damage depending on the extent of things. So, just looking at some of the information here that comes on in on my looping radar view. A lot of lightning on these, but that's, a threat that we're not, are not focusing on as much here in a setup like this with such volatile parameters. But we're definitely, staying weather aware. And we'll have more here in about 8 more minutes as we're watching things from the Weather Center. This tornado outbreak, this high risk day. The PDS tornado watch is in play. Very big deal. That purple, shaded zone, that's where the concern ties today. And we're going to be back with more here in just a little bit.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here in the Weather Center at the top of the hour. It's 3 o'clock Central Time, and we still have numerous tornado warnings as we're tracking them here off toward the west, where we're at in North Central Florida. But a very, very big national story, a high risk of tornadoes. We don't see this very often. We could be seeing, we've already seen some destructive tornadoes today and last night. We could see more of them, and these could be, getting up there in toward like that EF4 type of range where we really have just total devastation as we're looking toward even some highly populated communities. It's not out of the question here. So we really got to pay attention. Really got to be careful. You see that purple area? That's a particularly dangerous situation, tornado watch zone. There's 2 of these actually. And then as I take that off, I know our latest SPC outlook is not quite coming, but I'll go ahead and pull it up anyway. The last one, that purple zone, that pink zone, that's a 30% tornado risk here, folks. You don't see that very often. That is indicative of a life-threatening tornado situation, like what we rarely see. I know the red's still batting up at 15%, and the gold even is still substantial at 10%. But that purple, that's a high risk for tornadoes, my friends. You do not see that very often. This is very bad stuff here. The parameters coming together just right, which is, in this case, just wrong. So you really got to take shelter. There's a tornado warning right now here toward areas west of Tuscaloosa here now. And we have to pay attention to that. That gets to a closer, an area here that has more population. It's not there yet, but we still got to be paying attention there. Still got to be monitoring that. It's east of Panola there in Mississippi. You see that hook, and that's where the University of Alabama is and where Tuscaloosa is, and we got to be paying attention for those folks here as the hours go on. I know, just checking some things behind the scenes here as we continue along with the coverage. Just trying to see when they go on spring break there, University of Alabama. So, trying to coordinate that. So it's a situation here where the holiday started. It looks like last Friday, meaning students are trying to get back into town, but it's tricky. People headed back with tornadoes around, but from different parts of the country that could be getting impacted, or they could be seeing impacts on the path. But also, it's something where you're trying to stay out of town maybe as quick or as long as you can here in this type of instance. So again, just continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Continuing to give you guys the very latest on what's happening as the minutes and hours tick on by. So again, continuing to track things here. Let me go ahead and see what we might have on some other modes. Again, it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Tuscaloosa with a high risk in play, they don't like seeing that, with a tornado maybe headed their direction. Because we all remember what happened, with that terrible situation years ago. Hate to keep alluding to it, but we're trying to prepare you and warn you about the dangers, not scary, and that being by itself is concerning. Because in theory, this could head up toward Tuscaloosa. And the University of Alabama, again, not all the students, not probably that many, would be in town right now since spring break. It's still going near the conclusion. But you can see here we're tracking this, and that could head up into town. It's all by itself pretty much. There's a little bit of rain around, so that might mitigate the threat a bit, but lighter rain. But I don't know how much it's going to mitigate. Another that situation in 2011, it kind of went from Tuscaloosa to Birmingham. Around this time of day, there's not quite as much daytime heating this time of year as there is in later April because of the, sunrise, sunset time period. There's not quite as much, daylight per se. So, we do have some PDS tornado warning action we need to get to. So let me go ahead and check here. Is that a radar? Yeah, it's a radar indicated PDS. So let's see. Covington, Jasper, Jefferson, Davis, Jones, Lamar, Smith, and then Marion. So it's not a debris signature. So I have to kind of query these separately here. So, because the box will still be red, but yeah, that's significant. They are moving up towards Summerall, Seminary, Sanford again, and maybe Laurel later on. I know this is something like what happened, 2020, and we had the Easter tornado outbreak in these similar cities and Bay Springs. That is, let's see, is that going to be a confirmed tornado? Now it's radar indicated instead of confirmed, but it's right around base springs. The circulation there. There may be a debris signature in there, not really sure, but just continuing to give you guys the very latest. You kind of see a weak, weakness here in this, and that could indicate some escalated concern. So again, continuing to track all this here for you, continuing to give you the very latest on all the different platforms. Let me remind you guys of all the different platforms we're on. If you're just kind of tuning in, I'm going to switch over to another mode first. You haven't quite updated the risk area yet. There's so much going on in the weather enterprise this afternoon. It is a weekend too, but I know all hands are on deck here because of the magnitude of the overall threat. So again, continuing to try to, you just saw the risk area update. So I'm going to look at that here in a second. But again, just continue to track, continuing to monitor here. Again, I can't put that up because I'm in the way. So let's go ahead and see what we want to do here. Let me go ahead and just go up to tornado safety tips here real quick. I know we're not used to sitting down like this, but it's just because it's such a long duration event. It's just probably for the best because we're going to be here with you so long because it's so dangerous, the overall scenario here. So again, this tornado safety tips so important to keep in mind as you're tracking things here, as we're monitoring them. So again, there's your outlets that you can watch the coverage on Facebook there, KC Cloud Every X, Cloud Weather, Twitter, which is also known as X, of course, the X platform at Cloud KC, YouTube there at Cloud Weather. Now you can go back, go forward on that. So if you missed something I said, that's your place there at YouTube at Cloud Weather. Then you have Twitch there, Cloud Weather, and all the different links available, and interactive radar available as well, cloudweather.com. So we have you covered here, trying to keep you guys safe and informed with this tornado outbreak scenario here. A tornado outbreak for sure that we've been tracking yesterday and today. There's even a little bit higher chance of it being a historic tornado outbreak here. I mean, you have a 15% risk there of tornadoes, a moderate risk that gets almost to Atlanta. That includes LaGrange and Rome for later on. So not good stuff here. But in the pink, that's a 30% tornado risk, a high risk of tornadic activity. So again, very serious stuff. Let me see what else we might have here. Gonna keep going between some of the different modes here on the Doppler. We have a circulation there on Aliceville, just south of Aliceville. And let me go ahead and pull this on in here. I'm going to go and pull that on in. And set it up toward Tuscaloosa potentially over the next little bit. And University of Alabama, again, I know spring break still going on, so, through the weekend here with some students. A lot of students are out of town, thankfully. But, this is nasty looking here. Let me just go ahead and pull up, the loop here on all this and try to get an idea of the direction it's going. Sometimes the algorithms will pick up good, but sometimes it might work out better if I draw this by hand. And it almost makes me think let me see here. Almost looks like it may be going a little bit further north than what some of the tracks are indicating. That might take it on the west side of Tuscaloosa there, maybe. We'll see. Between maybe Coker and Tuscaloosa. So that's an indication. That's why we have to do this sometimes, because it seems like there's a more of a northerly component, but it could always go back a little bit further south. Let's see there, because that even looks like the way that's wound up there. Honestly, it looks like they may be taking a track more like this even. Because, the way the warning is, as we're looking at this, the concern would go in through here, give or take, with, the southern edge of the box. But yeah, these tracks here want to take it more like this. I know I'm drawing a lot of stuff, but it's something a little bit different right now. It looks like I have more of a northerly component to it than what some of the algorithms are picking up on, but it's not a guarantee. We're still pretty far on some of these radars. Let me switch to a different radar here. Okay, that's the Birmingham radar. And sometimes, these can give a different look. Again, could be something like this. We shall see. there's still a lot of population, even, in those areas and even toward Birmingham as well. Okay, there's an observed large tornado 10 miles south of Collins now, Mississippi, so let's get back over there. There's still going to be hours to go with tornado threats in Alabama, even if that storm doesn't, maximize, the overall potential of, the environment that it's in. It doesn't take advantage of the full potential, but other storms could. That's what I'm getting at there. See, Seminary. This is going to be this is radar indicated here, but is that I wonder if that's when I think that's when they've upgraded. Just trying, yeah, it's considerable now on that. I'm just trying to make sure. 10 miles south of Collins, that's the one. You see Collins on here, so. Debris apparently sent up. Let me go to the super res correlation coefficient. Oh yeah, okay, that just, you can see that a lot better on there, unfortunately. Moving up towards Seminary, let me go back to super res. That's way more to find on there, and that's not good news for Seminary, Mississippi. You need to take shelter immediately there around Seminary, Mississippi. You can see that popping in it. It kind of wants to look like, almost like secluding. I don't know if that's exactly what's happening, but it looks like it wants to go further north up toward Collins. We'll see if that continues or not, but it's a little unusual. It's all embedded in the rain there too, so checking some different things, but I'm continuing to track all this here, continuing to monitor. This shows it more Seminary here, but I don't know. It looks like it's kind of, let me trace it out. Let me just kind of trace it out here as it comes across. We'll do one more time for this to loop around maybe. It kind of wants to go more north with that, so we'll see. Looks like a little, that's tricky with a little shifting direction like that there. Maybe something like this. And I might have went too far east again, but you kind of get the idea there. Collins to Seminary, you got to take your tornado precautions. Nasty situation. Here's your tips again. As we continue to watch, continue to track here this deadly tornado outbreak here in 2025. I'm going to check to see, let's see here, Mississippi State spring break. Let's check that. I'm going to go ahead and check. So yeah, it was this week's a situation where students are coming back into town. Days to come. Okay, power outage number in Texas, some of the different states in Missouri, almost 100,000 still in the dark from what happened last night. Mississippi now, according to power.us, about 26,000 or so customers. Alabama around 16,000. So again, just continuing to track everything. Okay, so there's your higher risk in the pink. That's the latest update to purple, however you want to describe it. Right in this corridor, Hattiesburg, trim back some because of the way the convection is, but Hattiesburg up to, let's see, Meridian still in this area. Yeah, it is. And Butler and Alabama, Demopolis, and Selma's in there, Birmingham. These different communities with this threat. I may not go quite as far north with some of these risks. I'm not 100% sure. We'd have to look back at the last outlook. Let me do that. Real quick, I wish there's a way to loop the outlooks from here, because if I just ran that back, it would show up. But just want to see how that's kind of structured a little bit. See if that, that pink, if it's going quite as far north, maybe we're not getting quite as much of the parameters further north. Haven't seen too many tornado warnings further north. It looks, let me check that. Looks like the same, similar. So just trying to do the comparison on the fly. But you see that purple area: Coleman, Fayette, Jasper, Birmingham, Anniston, Tuscaloosa, Clinton, Demopolis, Selma, all under a high risk for tornadoes, some of which could be strong to violent. We're talking about EF2, EF3, EF4, maybe even an EF5 tornado. That can't be ruled out here. You know, we haven't had EF5 in the country since, you know, the early 2010s, pretty much. I mean, just a little bit after I was in high school, so this is going back a while, over a decade ago. But again, checking here around Meridian, the rotation tracker is picking up on this one, you know, more substantially here around Summerall. Sometimes the radar cover will mitigate how things look, and it's actually worse, and that looks nasty there. But yeah, let's see this one down here, south of Collins. Switching some radars over again. You can see what I'm talking about here. That debris definitely sewing up there, and it was even worse on some of the other modes. So Collins Seminary on US 49, you got to be taking your tornado precautions. You got to be watching around Laurel there, Laurel as well. Calling this a particularly dangerous situation. They're saying the tornado in that polygon near Melbourne, 10 miles south of Collins, the same warning, I think, you know, that we're tracking with that. So, gotta be careful further over here too, as we're kind of looking above my head a little, but this right here, we have to be paying attention. This may go a little bit further north, but it could also go a little bit further east, so we have to be paying attention here. New radar indicated tornado warning for parts of Lauderdale and Newton and Jasper counties. A potential tornado near Garlandville, or 12 miles south of Newton. As we continue to track things here, gonna go ahead and keep looking. Gonna go and keep monitoring. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Take those tornado precautions. Under tornado warning, there's currently 6 of them in the country. You see that pink area, purple area? I guess that'd be purple, however you want to look at it, but that's that zone where the danger is maximized. They're very high. It's extreme, you know, tornado threat action here. Instability is one thing, but let's go to the STP, this tornado parameter here. Around a 5 in here. Further up is around a 4 to a 5, and then even into Alabama, we're getting close to 6s here. You know, like around Etowah there and the like. So again, going to continue to track things. You see a tornado warning radar indicated in northern Alabama here on Athens, Limestone County. So again, going to continue to track all this here. Gonna take a break, catch my breath here again, I think, as we're tracking all this. I'll be back with another update here at about 3:30 Central Time, 4:30 Eastern for those watching another time zone that's not being impacted. So again, keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. If we get a tornado emergency, we'll jump back in immediately with the latest updates to protect you, your friends, and your family. But something else really imminent here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking, as we're giving you guys the very latest on this historic tornado outbreak. A historic, you know, in a bad way, tornado outbreak situation, it would seem, here this afternoon. A setup here, the atmospheric setup. It's not like we've never seen it before, per se, but this time of year is, you know, something where we really need to be paying attention. The parameters, maybe they don't maximize as high as late April sometimes, but they can still be very volatile, and they can be life-changing. Already has been a life-changing situation yesterday in areas like in Missouri where we had multiple fatalities with this historic outbreak scenario. So please keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'm going to keep you guys up to date. I'm looking at information on the other monitor if you're wondering where I'm looking some. So here's that looping radar. I'm just trying to keep you guys informed here on what's going on. It's really, you know, imperative that you guys stay tuned here. Stay tuned for the latest updates on the nature of things. We're here for you guys. We're here to protect everybody as best we can by informing you guys, the viewers at home. So that's going to do it for this update. I'll be back here with another one in about 10 minutes, unless we need to pop back in sooner. Stay tuned and stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back in Northern Center at the bottom of the hour. It's 3:30 Central Time as we're giving you guys the latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. Here you see that purple area here on the map that is indicative of the PDS tornado watches that are in play here. A very serious scenario. And then you have these warnings here, tornado warnings here on the board. And those are ones we're really paying attention to, where we have a scenario where we could have potential twisters here in progress. So let's go ahead and put up the safety tips here right now as we continue along. If you have a tornado warning in your area, whether it's a purple box indicating there's been some type of confirmation, or a red box, which is more indicated, you want to go ahead and seek shelter inside a sturdy building that really, does not include a mobile home, as you want to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible and protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. So as we look at things, I know there's a tornado warning for around the Tuscaloosa area right now. That stands out. We've been talking about that. Let's have a tornado warning in Tennessee now. That's a little more concerning. Southwest of Murfreesboro here, around the Christina area, we could have an embedded tornado within that line. Could still be pretty strong. It'd be harder to be a violent tornado when it's in a line like that, but still could be significant. And then we have the tornado warning back out to the west that we've been tracking. So, a lot going on, a lot happening. Let's start off, since I have the other radar up over here on some of this. Let's go ahead and check in here with some of this activity down here east of Collins. That is a tight circulation here. Very tight circulation, particularly dangerous situation, though I don't really see the debris standing out significantly on this mode. It definitely could be in there. We got to watch for Laurel, Mississippi. In that area here. I'm going to look on our loop here and try to pull in some more information. May head just north based on another mode I'm looking at here as I'm trying to gather the latest details. But you see around that community right in here, right where my cursor is, that could be where we could have some of the worst of this potentially. So take those tornado precautions here as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring the scenario. And then I'm going to go ahead and zoom out on here. I want to go ahead and pull in here. As I look at this, you see around Hickory, the Chunky. That's an observed tornado warning at some points in there. It's been observed apparently. It's west of Meridian. When I say observed, it could just be radar indications. By the way, the storm northeast of Collins are still calling that observed PDS. So down in here, but I just update. This came in, but let's go ahead and switch over to the Birmingham radar. This storm here north and west of Tuscaloosa seems to be where it's headed. Ooh, I don't like that. It's the way that looks there. South of Gordo. Granted, that's probably going. We'll check it. Let's just loop it around to make sure it's not trying to switch direction on us real quick. But it seems like it's going further north here. But that looks like it's really trying to tighten up into something that could be really significant. So let's just kind of track this on out. I know it seems like it's switching direction a little bit. Let me zoom in just a bit more here. Just continuing to watch this. You see that, and we're going to just zoom back out a tad. But watching that angle there. So definitely missing Tuscaloosa, northwest of Coker at this point, but between Gordo and Coker. I'm not drawing that arrow properly, but try it one more time. We'll watch this loop around again. Okay, so something, I'm going to move my mouse here, but something along the lines of like this. So, Gordo to Coker, take shelter immediately. A tornado could be on the ground in that area. We go to the other correlation coefficient. Again, continuing to watch, continuing to track. I'm taking some notes here on where we want to go next. If you're wondering, you might hear that in the background noise there, but we're writing some stuff down. Okay, so we're going to come back on camera now. As I'm going between some different modes here of the Doppler. We have the one PDS watch here to the west that goes until about 6 o'clock Central Time. As we're looking at things, let me just kind of look at my boundaries here. So back out here to 6 o'clock Central. This is to 8 o'clock Central out here, though. That includes Birmingham and Huntsville and the like. So again, continuing to track. It's going to be a long evening here, folks, of danger. It would appear. So again, right now we have 7 tornado warnings on the board. Not as bad as like we had at one point last night, about 20, but parameters up there still. Tornado parameters, you know, very volatile situation. You have flooding around Nashville. I know that's where some basketball game action's going on. Florida Gators taking on the Alabama Crimson Tide in a basketball game right now. So, you know, gotta be careful in that vicinity. You have some rotation to the south of Murfreesboro right now. Another tornado warning now south of Tullahoma. Make sure if you're near the areas, take those tornado precautions, and then as we continue to track things here, you see even way up, this is interesting, way up here in Indiana, it's a bit thunderstorm more in northwest or northeast of Fort Wayne, 60-mile-an-hour winds and inside hail possibility. So again, just going to continue to track everything here. See the high tornado risk. See the winds coming from the south. A little bit of easterly direction. I know we watch sometimes for little subtle differences that can affect the tornado threat here based on the direction the winds are coming. But again, still tracking things here very carefully. Let me go ahead and see what else we might have. Let me check some of these flash flood warnings because if we have any of them with like a flash flood emergency. I'll just put the 12-hour rainfall because that would make it a little easier. You know, around here, around Tupelo, a lot of rain's falling there. That red and orange indicative of 3-4 inches at least. Some flooding north side, north of Nashville and Robertson County. Neighborhood roads near Pinson Lake Lane are impassable. So again, just continue to track everything here. Trying to give you the very latest. Trying to check everything here. It's all about protecting you, your friends, your family. Just looking through some stuff here behind the scenes. Radar indicated tornado warning there continues for Pickens County, Alabama. Possible tornado near Gordo, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. Again, such a volatile weather situations. I'm looking at some things here behind the scenes. I know multiple supercells. The Storm Prediction Center says they're capable of intense to potentially violent tornadoes, and that threat will persist into the evening. So it's going to be this red circled area here. You know, maybe some strong to violent tornadoes still a threat in this zone. So some of this area, area and air is still untapped. So let's look at the temperatures here. Oh, it looks like we don't have a lot of population out there to look at stuff, but you can see, and there's like a radar covered out here, we see upper 60 dew points, and just a volatile situation all the way around here in areas like Demopolis there, and Butler, and Marion, Jackson in Alabama. So strong to violent tornado is still a possibility. Again, continuing to give you the latest. Continuing to keep you up to date. Checking on the latest here. Seeing all these fatalities from yesterday, just absolutely terrible. And then today already a tornado around Taylorsville, Mississippi, very, very significant. And then we were looking here. We were looking at things, tracking things here with a tornado emergency earlier on in the afternoon as well. Again, continuing to give you the latest. Again, still checking things here in the Weather Center. And we'll be watching a local threat here tomorrow with some severe weather potential. So you got to stay weather aware. It's lower, obviously, toward our area with the, the volatile setup. It'd be hard to get that around in our zones. But in the nighttime, tonight, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe as you're starting to see, the sun start to come up or at least some daylight, we'll be watching the threat toward the west. That would be a little bit higher than toward the east. It'd be around Albany and Tallahassee, a little lower east, but some daytime heating can mix in, and that could be an issue here. So we'll continue to give you the latest. Continue to give you the updates here. We're just going to keep watching. Trying to keep you informed. What a busy day here in the Weather Center. Looking at some reports from yesterday, like tornado there, high in DF3 around Cave City in Arkansas. And I'm looking at some things here in the ward area like Tuscaloosa, Birmingham. Got to be paying attention. Some of the model guidance saying that could be the area that could have the highest danger. And we're going to really have to pay attention to that here later on in the timeline. Not a guarantee by any stretch, but, we still got an hour to this to go. Into the evening, past dark. Got to really pay attention. I mean, at least in the daylight, it's, at least you can kind of see the stuff headed your way. And in some ways, I mean, sometimes not because it's rain wrapped, but, at night, like last night, everything was in the dark, and that made it even trickier. But there is going to be a lot more to go in the dark later on tonight. So, again, continuing to watch here, continuing to track. Still trying to update you guys. Going through all the latest data. So I'm off camera here just for a second. Second longer, I guess. Just a one-man band, but again, we're here for you guys. We're trying to give you the updates. Just going through everything. Let me go ahead and see here. Well, this is kind of interesting. Let me go ahead. Okay, we got a couple interesting things now, it looks like. So we need to come back on over to the other source. And, at least like last night we had to really, stop talking a while because, texting and sending messages to some of the family members of mine in the past. There's not too many right now, that are down with anything right at this moment, at least. That's good. Not anybody that I'm really aware of here at the moment, at least, dealing with these conditions. But let's go ahead and come back on camera. This red circle area is indicative of another tornado watch, probably coming. Expansions may be needed over the next few hours toward Gulfport, Mobile, and Pensacola, and the far western Florida Panhandle. We now have a confirmed tornado warning with this up into toward Tuscaloosa County. So it's not right in the city of Tuscaloosa, thankfully. A lot less populated up to the north, but still could be an issue. Still could be an issue for sure. Let's go ahead and pull this on up. Right there northwest of Elrod, on US 82. Here's your debris signature up pretty high as well. I'm going to watch for up toward Birmingham later on. I know we still got a situation out toward Mississippi that we're watching. PDS tornado warning there. As we get all the way into the Northern Meridian, because large tornado has been confirmed, and it could eventually track toward Meridian. Don't see it really significantly on the debris tracker, but we're having to look a little further up. There's different modes to look at here. I know 345 confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado over Streaner, 7 miles south of Bay Springs, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So take those tornado precautions there. Take those tornado precautions. So let's get up toward Tennessee right now. Around Cannon County, there's a tornado warning there. Another tornado warning toward Franklin and Moore for radar indications of rotation. So, a lot happening, obviously. A lot to track. A lot to monitor still. And we're going to do that all with you here in another update. At the top of the hour, I'll pop back in sooner if I need to. But still continuing to monitor the situation. I'll go ahead and loop some things around. And then I'll be watching behind the scenes here in the Weather Center over the next little bit with this tornado outbreak, potentially historic one, continuing here this afternoon. Looking at all the different data points coming on in here on the other computer source. So important. I know there's a report of extensive tree damage and downed trees blocking. Looks like Highway 531 around Bay Springs, Mississippi. That's from around 2:55 Central Time. So, not what you want to hear, obviously. It's not things to come potentially for other communities as well. So here's that loop. I'll be back here with more information in about 10 minutes. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour. It's 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central as we're continuing to watch this dangerous weather situation play out toward areas of Alabama and Mississippi. So really got to be paying attention very carefully to what's going on there. You hate seeing stuff like this on the Doppler perspective. You see that particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch there. You know, one of them to the east, the other back to the west. There's two different zones actually covered. This one here to 8 o'clock Central. This one back here to 6 o'clock Central Time. So really serious weather maker for sure. Let me go ahead and kind of zoom into some of the actual warnings though. We have one where we have a damaging tornado coming up potentially close to Meridian over the next little bit. So that seems to be the area of greatest concern here at this moment in time. It looks like the Tuscaloosa County warning is not confirmed anymore. So let's kind of pay attention to Meridian here over the next little bit. That's a really highly populated area. Really highly populated area as we're tracking things here in toward the weather centers. So let me go ahead and kind of get my bearings here on what's going on. And I'll zoom around on the radar a little bit. Make sure that's the best radar for that. Okay, Jackson radar looks to be, but doesn't look quite as tight on that mode right now. So let me go ahead and show it to you. You can see you don't want to have it really tight there, but there has been, you know, a history of tornadic activity with this as we're kind of looking through things here, trying to give you the latest updates. But you see Meridian is right in here, and then we have a circulation back out in here that could be a cause for concern. I'm going to kind of try to trace this out so we get an idea of where it could potentially be headed over the next little bit. You can kind of see here, maybe headed up that way, maybe headed a little south. But, you know, there's some margin for error here. It's always possible it could kind of shift on us a bit. But just an idea of where this could be headed here over the next little bit, give or take. But we shall see. You want to be taking shelter on Meridian right now. This is a considerable damage threat. A particularly dangerous situation there as we're looking at things in toward that vicinity, in toward that neck of the woods. So again, just watching that there. And this is a tornado warning from parts of Jasper, Newton, as well as Smith, Clark, and Lauderdale counties. Large and extremely dangerous tornado with 7 miles south of Space Springs about 15 minutes ago, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, according to the statement from the Weather Service office here in Jackson, Mississippi. So, again, just continuing to track all this here. We're now down, for the moment, to 4 tornado warnings, which is, you know, not a very high number compared to the 20 we had last night. It's surprising considering today is supposed to be worse here, and it very well still could be, because there's still a lot of territory for these storms to cover. I will say there's a lot of moisture with some of these, which may be helping the tornado threat not to be quite as extreme, but it still has been violent in some cases, it would seem, in some communities. But this is a tornado warning, confirmed tornado warning for Clark, Jasper, Lauderdale, Newton, and Smith. In Alabama, Tuscaloosa County, this was a confirmed tornado. It's north of Tuscaloosa. The circulation now, and as of the moment, is not confirmed anymore. But we still have to be tracking things. Still have to be monitoring things here and paying attention for sure. So, you know, things could definitely reemerge on us here as we look ahead into toward the timeline. And we have Smith thunderstorm warnings all over the place in the yellow boxes, but then Kemper, Noxubee, as you know, well as just some of the cities involved in this. I know you can kind of see here tracking there heading into Alabama soon, circulation. And then we have a tornado warning for Cannon County and Tennessee, and more in the line here, a circulation trying to get going. And we have, you know, other warnings across the country, severe thunderstorm warnings, as I was alluding to, as I'm tracking things here. You know, even in Michigan, they're southwest of Detroit, even around University of Michigan, for that matter. Severe thunderstorm warning at 6 o'clock there, so that's interesting. Temperatures up that way. Let me put those on the map. They're in the upper 60s, pretty warm, and then down here, in, you know, cooler points, but in 70s, 80s. I mean, well, we're out here east of Stark. We're sitting at 86 degrees right now. Goodness gracious, that's very warm. So, that's a sign of the instability that's going to be building up ahead of the storm action for your Sunday. Dew points, that 1 century period not right, but they're pretty high. And then as we look here, the instability, not really bad, yet. And we'll just have to see how much it builds up into North Tallahassee. And have big problems potentially overnight tonight. So have multiple ways to get alerts. In fact, let me go ahead and rehash some of that information there in terms of the model guidance for later on. By the way, new tornado warning in Tennessee here. Parts of it looks like the Cobb there, as well as Van Buren, Warren, and White counties. Tornado warning there, radar indicated rotation. But okay, so we'll start it off at 2 a.m. Eastern on this. And at that point, you see some rain to these, but I don't know if that's actually going to be severe. That might help take away a threat a little bit to these. We'll see. It may not make much of a difference, but then 3 a.m., some of this stuff could be severe west of Albany, moving into Liberty County. 4 a.m., you see that structure setting up with these storms maybe really getting going, possibly 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., move this over a little bit. This is on your Sunday. What could happen? The forecast model, the HRRR run from 18Z. This is 10 a.m., 11 a.m., noon, 1 o'clock. As you slow down the threat, in terms of the movement of them, the threat may weaken off a little, but not a lot, because there's still to be some remaining parameters. There's a slight risk for tomorrow in play. And then you see around 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. So it's going to take a while. I've had this up. To go from Tallahassee around sunrise, it didn't always take this long to get these storms to move through here like this. To go from Tallahassee to like Palm Coast, which is about 160 miles or so. That's going to take, all day almost. That's going to take 10 hours, give or take, according to this. I sure hope not. That's going to be a busy day for me, unless this is a sign the wind fields are going to, kind of die down. Some of these will really start to weaken. We won't have as many warnings as we could otherwise. Could have a good bit of rain. We need some rain though still. This is showing a 6-hour forecast there of about 1.5 inches around starting tomorrow. Some areas, could have more. It just depends on the time frame too of the event. It's up a bit. But again, that's an idea of what could happen in the future. Didn't mean to zoom in that tight. Let me go ahead and take our marker off in Tallahassee, and then let's get back to these current warnings. We have 5 tornado warnings right now on the board. We have the radar indicated was confirming now. Radar indicated tornado warning, possible tornado over, it looks like areas there, like 9 miles north of Northport there. And then you have Clark and Jasper and Newton and Lauderdale County, the tornado warning. That's something that we're continuing to watch. Okay, is that now, let me double check that one. Is that now just radar indicated coming toward Meridian? Okay, that's good. It is. So now all these are only radar indicated right now, apparently. The 2 purple ones are no longer on the ground according to the information I'm seeing from the statements anyway. That can change, so at a moment's notice, so you got to stay alert. A tornado warning in Tennessee, Middle Tennessee there. Possible tornado radar indicated rotation there around McMinnville. You have Kemper and Noxubee counties, radar indicated rotation there. And in Cannon County in Tennessee, that's warning, further west of the one from McMinnville. South of Cookville, by the way. And you see areas there, Sparta to Spencer. Got to be taking those surrender precautions. Some rotation in there, of course. So we're still going to continue to track things, give you guys the very latest. And we're just trying to stay on top of it. We have that high risk of tornadic activity. It's that pink purplish area here, 30%. Birmingham, Anniston, Coleman, Clinton, Tuscaloosa, Demopolis, Meridian, Hattiesburg area. Very unusual to see that. As bad of an atmospheric setup as you can ever have here, outside at least of April 27, 2011. Not to that level in a widespread manner, but, still pretty significant here. So we got to be paying attention. We got to stay alert. Stay tuned for the latest update to make sure when you get a tornado warning for your area, you're taking shelter, getting the interior room away from windows. Very, very important to keep in mind. Let me go ahead here and see if I have any questions, comments from any of the viewers at home. Any new questions or comments? Don't see anything right now, but again, thanks so much for tuning in and trusting me here. And I'll be back at 5:30 Eastern, 4:30 Central with another update, unless we need to pop back in sooner. We still got hours to go here because these parameters, these tornado parameters here, that's energy. This is a tornado parameter. Some of this is purple, indicative of just the extreme nature of things here and the atmospheric setup. So continuing to watch all this here, continuing to track. We'll be watching our local stuff here tomorrow as well. On for any tornado warning storm with the 62 counties, that we cover here. We've been on for every single tornado warning storm the last 5+ years. So it's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family, and giving you the latest on all the different platforms. Facebook, Twitter /X, YouTube, their Twitch, and a YouTube at Cloud Weather, a place to go for all the latest information. So you can even, like if I'm talking live, you can back that stream up and see what you missed up from a few minutes prior there with the DVR functionality. So that's important there as well as we continue to give you guys the very latest. Be back here in about 19 minutes unless we get like something really escalating, like a tornado emergency, something like that, or something really severe, real quick before I wrap it. I'm going to take that storm there behind the scenes, at least down in toward the Meridian area. Still some pretty decent rotation, so remain on guard in case that does try to touch back down again as it moves up there in toward parts of Lauderdale County. So if that really ramps up, we'll puff back in, but there's a lot of rain around it, so you probably wouldn't see it, but it also could prohibit this from becoming as significant of a tornado as it otherwise could. But you just never know here. We'll be on guard, and we'll be back if earlier it's necessary, before 4:30 Central, but otherwise we'll be there at 4:30 Central Time. Be right here with another update.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you at the bottom of the hour. It's 5:30, trying to give you guys the very latest information to protect you, your friends, and your family. You see, we still have a number of tornado warnings here on the board right now. So, tracking, it looks like 6 of them. I know the word Walker County, Alabama, have been tracking a confirmed tornado over the last little bit. I guess I need to go ahead and make sure I turn that loop off when we're doing it like this. But you kind of get the idea here. We are tracking a nasty, nasty circulation now there. It's in a sparsely populated area, but eventually it'll be headed toward more populated zones here. So we really need to be careful with this storm here as being tracked by the Birmingham office there. A tornado 12 miles southwest of Cordova, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So nasty situation there. The debris signature on this product doesn't show it too much yet, but it definitely could pick up in intensity here over the next little bit as it moves up toward areas like Summerton to Sipsey there, in toward areas around US 78. So I need to be very mindful of that. That's still west of I-65 for now, but that could definitely change here as we're continuing to watch the different information come on in, the different information stream on in here as the scenario does evolve. So, again, trying to keep you guys safe and informed here. We're also watching that storm moving toward Meridian. It was starting to strengthen again, had a debris signature pop up with it again. And right now it looks a little bit more diffuse here, the circulation, but we're still watching around Stonewall, Mississippi there. We have other radar indicated tornado warnings in play for areas like, it seems, Clark, Jasper, and Jones counties. And in Louisiana, we are watching some of this activity down there toward areas there around St. Tammany Parish, as well as even in the ward of Washington, it looks like, and that would be Washington Parish there in Louisiana, and then Pearl River County in Mississippi with some radar indications of rotation there from the Hammond, Louisiana radar. Another radar indicated tornado warning in toward parts of Tennessee. At least we're not seeing the debris signatures in the large tornadoes quite as widespread as we saw last night so far, but it's still kind of early, and we, do have nighttime coming up, which if we were to get the uptick, then it would make things, really scary. But got quite a bit of rotation there on Sparta, Tennessee here as well. So we just got to continue to keep our eyes on the situation here. Continue to keep you guys up to date on what's going on, as we do have this a very volatile setup, as I've continued to allude to for hours and hours here at this point with the overall situation. So let's go ahead and kind of say here that purple zone. We're talking about a significant tornado parameter over a 5 as we're looking west of Montgomery, and then as we continue to watch things, you see the wind coming from the south, or even in some cases the southeast. We'll be watching the potential for tornadoes. I will say some of this action out ahead developing, it looks kind of weaker, maybe helping to eliminate, a higher risk here of some of these tornadoes. But we still got to remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions. As we have these tornado watches in play, we have the high risk of tornadoes still in play. Very unusual to see at Hattiesburg, the Meridian, and Demopolis, Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Anniston. A very significant weather situation here. I will say in some ways there's a chance, at points sometimes the conditions are too ripe for tornadoes, and it actually we have too much development. It cuts off some of the worst of this, but we hope that's kind of a continuing trend. But it didn't really happen a lot last night. It's happened maybe a little more today, but that could always change again on us at a moment's notice. As I know, we have a new tornado warning in Tennessee just popping up now for parts of Cumberland, White, and Putnam counties in Middle Tennessee. Possible tornado near Sparta or near Monterey here in the minutes to come. So, not near Monterey yet, but down here right now, we're tracking that circulation southeast of Cookeville. In the moments to come right now, it's probably due south of Cookeville. But again, continuing to track all of this here for you. Looking around Stonewall, Mississippi, watching that spin. Going back to the Hammond radar in Louisiana. Watching down there. I know it gets got a new tornado warning in Alabama now, Pickens County. Possible tornado around Aliceville. By the way, got a report of Numerous reported trees down in Alabama. Let me go ahead and pull up our radar there. Bear with me. Okay, so numerous reported trees down around the Samantha and Lake Tuscaloosa areas, including the Terrace Patton Road area because of a possible tornado. And this is a new tornado warning. They'll back out in here now. Ooh, that's really tightening up quick. I don't like the way that tightened up so quickly because we didn't have a warning on that, I don't think, until now. Yeah, we did in the Birmingham office. This issuing that rapidly evolved there. Rapidly evolved here east and northeast of Aliceville, south of Carrollton, Alabama. So again, just continuing to watch here, continuing to track. You can watch here some of these rotations. These look tighter than some of them we've been tracking here. You know, most of them we've been tracking today. So really got to be careful because these could become large and extremely dangerous tornadoes here, you know, pretty quickly. So we got to be very mindful of that. Let me go ahead and see what other radars I can kind of give you a view of. I'm just checking some of the different products. Switching some different radars around. Let's go to the Columbus, Mississippi radar and an X-ray out of there. We'll go ahead and switch on over to the other source. As again, continuing to track everything here so carefully and toward the weather center. And you can see these tornado warnings in Alabama right now. And then I'll go to storm relative velocity, and that is tight looking there. Northeast of Aliceville. Winds to about 70 one way, and about 50 the other way. So if we got a tornado down, could have winds to 120 miles an hour in there, give or take. Over the next moments, very well could be trying to get the beginning of the debris signature there now. Again, just continue to track. This is that other storm up to the north of around the Paris, Alabama community. See a little bit of that rotation on the radar echoes. Getting up toward Tennessee. Rotation looks pretty tight on some of this. Gotta be really careful. Let's go ahead and I know some of these times, it depends on what time zone you're in, if they're relevant, but it's even at that point a computer doing the tracks. But looks like a circulation developing up in here a little bit. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and switch some things over. Getting word apparently of a confirmed tornado near Cordoba, Alabama, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. That is in Walker County. So take shelter immediately. Doing some different manipulations here in the radar technology if you're wondering what I'm doing, but let's have an observed tornado warning for Clark, as well as Kemper and Lauderdale counties in parts of Mississippi. So not just about Walker County. There's a tight circulation down there. It's hard to see on some of these when they're further away from the radar, but nasty situation here. Got to be paying attention. Again, you have the high risk here in play. Yeah, that one back out and toward the west here. Got to be mindful. That's one type of situation, circulation that could produce a very significant tornado as we look up toward Gordo, Alabama. It's one of the tighter looks on radar we've seen all day here. Velocity, that's winds about 85 miles an hour away from the radar and winds about 60 to Gordon and Birmingham. So you do the math, that could be winds of 145 miles an hour, give or take. Trying to transport down toward the surface. They're like about an EF2, EF3 tornadoes southeast of Carrollton and Pickens County. as we're tracking this, and that's now confirmed as I mean, you could kind of tell that we were tracking a nasty situation there. I know you have scale, you don't want to say about 145 miles an hour. Talking about severe damage. Talking about severe damage, folks. And then looking back here, let's see, where do I want to go? This one here looks a little bit broader right now. We'll still watch it up toward Cordova, though. Eventually, they move toward the Interstate 65 corridor. And then Clark, Kemper, and Lauderdale. We're watching rotation there. Okay, confirmed large tornado a little bit earlier on. I know some of the radar coverage a little trickier, but got to watch Meridian. Gotta remain alert here. Get that other storm, alert with this out toward the south. But this is a storm of the moment here. I'm going to check it from the other radar up north. Well, we'll just try it from this angle. Yeah, that's what I thought. That debris would be picking up on that. That's not what you want to see, obviously. They'll probably call that a particularly dangerous situation very soon. If not even a tornado emergency, based on how I'm looking at this on another radar perspective. Yeah, that's very concerning. Very concerning here. And they're now calling this a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado close to Carrollton, Alabama. We continue to track. Ooh, that has a debris ball in it now. I'm just going to double check. I want to make sure we have the right radar up for how close this is. But so that's in Pickens County. So it is the Columbus Air Force Base radar. That's a little closer. And that's bad. They might go tornado emergency on this here, folks. How high up is that debris on this? That's not that close to the radar. That's very significant looking. Let me see where the box is. I gotta get my bearings in here. Okay, that's 4,000 feet up. It's not good, folks. That is headed toward, looks like the Gordo community. If you know of anybody in Gordo, Alabama, this could be a matter of life and death. We may get a tornado emergency on this here soon, folks. You can see that area. That's a debris ball. Okay, you used to pick up tornadoes on radar with debris before you actually had a correlation coefficient product. So that's not a good sign here, my friends. Not a good sign at all. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Let's see how high that debris might go. I'm going to check here, debris tracker. I'm going to go all the way up to tilt 3. It's even on that. So this is getting up there very high. They may go tornado emergency for us here soon. I know that says observed on here, but they do have it as PDFs now. Considerable damage tag. And I'm looking at this. Okay, there's a wild update on here actually, but considerable damage. May go catastrophic here soon. Now that latest scan. So let's check. Okay, we're on tilt 3. Now to tilt 2. Let's go to tilt 1. That's not good. Gordo, Gordo, Gordo. You need to take shelter in Gordo, Alabama. This is a matter of life and death here, potentially around Gordo. We may have to have that tornado emergency banner up soon, but right now, just throw that up with the safety tips around Gordo. This is very serious, my friends. If you're in Gordo, Alabama, potentially a matter of life and death. We could be talking about winds in excess of 150 miles an hour moving in here over the next few moments. Please, please take shelter. Yikes. This is one of the worst signatures. Maybe about the worst we've seen all weekend here. 124 mile an hour winds one way now, and about 50 to 60 the other way. So we're talking about winds that could be getting in the order maybe of 170 miles an hour now, moving toward Gordo. They're going to have to go tornado emergency soon. I know Birmingham, Roy tries to be careful not to overuse the worst wording here for a dire situation, but this is turning into a dire situation here in Pickens County, Alabama right now. Very serious stuff. You gotta take shelter around Gordo. I know this is embedded in the actual rain to some degree, which, we can get violent tornadoes like this. It's just harder to happen, but it looks like what we're seeing right now develop. You know, Gordo is pretty small, but not the smallest community we've ever seen impacted by any stretch here. They're still saying large and extremely dangerous, observed with a new warning out for Fayette and Tuscaloosa counties. So let's go ahead. I'll jump over here. We got to stick with this right now because of the extreme danger here. That's very bad. Right there near State Road 86. They may upgrade this one to emergency. They put considerable out ahead, and that'll pop up here in a moment. Let's check this up here where we have a chance to have a new warning further up. There's still quite a bit of rotation up here as we're looking. But there's nothing like that debris signature down here, which is just a terrible signature. If you know anybody reformed to Gordo, take shelter. This could be one of the EF4 type tornadoes. You know, this could be one of the ones that has taken a turn for the worst here. Gordo, Alabama. You need to be in that basement if you have it, or a specially designed tornado safe room. But, you know, if you don't have that here, just getting that interior room away from windows. Time is running out. You need to put that bicycle helmet on, baseball helmet on, football helmet on to protect yourself from the debris. Get in that interior room. I know the population there about 1,628 there with that community of Gordo. So that's not extremely small, but not huge, but it's headed right for Gordo here. We're seeing winds of 70 one way and 80 or so the other way now, so it'd be indicative of winds to 150 miles an hour moving in toward the Gordo community. You need to take shelter there in Pickens County. This is a matter of life and death. You need to take those tornado precautions. Interior room away from windows. This may be about the worst tornado we've seen the entire outbreak. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You don't want to be in a mobile home. If you have a place to go here that's not a mobile home, you need to do it at once, and only if it's close by here at this point. You know, you're in a bad situation otherwise, where it might just be best to, this is not what you want to talk about, but, in some ways the thinking is you might have to get in a ditch at the last resort, but we'd rather you not do that unless that's, just your last chance here. And your last chance is coming up on Gordo here to take shelter. This is not good stuff here, folks. Around Gordo. The reason I say a ditch versus a mobile home is because a mobile home can be lifted up and just broken apart. If you get really in a deep ditch that doesn't have too much water, you may be in a little bit better spot if you duck and cover. I really would like to have a baseball helmet on, something like that, but when you're doing that. But that's really the last resort. That's why we wanted you guys really to evacuate mobile homes and RVs and stuff before all of this, because of the dangers like this storm presents. Okay, still going considerable versus catastrophic with this, but that doesn't change a whole lot here. I will say that debris, it looks slightly, not quite as dense maybe on that latest scan. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of a weakening, or maybe it's tracking in between Reform and Gordo a little bit here. But still, confirmed large tornado moving northeast at 55 miles an hour here, folks. Embedded in the range. You're not going to see it coming. You're not going to see it coming there. Gordo to Reform in Alabama. Our shear rate product is just off the charts with this, as I kind of would expect, quite honestly. You can see here, moving up there, you see all these blues indicative of very tight rotation here. That's really picked up in the most recent frames. The most recent frames here. Again, this is very bad news there in western Alabama. Again, around Gordo, you need to take those tornado precautions immediately. You need to take those tornado precautions. Again, just continuing to track things here. Winds well over 100 miles an hour, it would seem. Still a threat as we get in there around US 82. So, in Alabama, western Alabama, Pickens County, considerable threat here. Considerable damage tag on this storm. Again, Gordo, you need to take shelter right away. And so does areas really points just to the north and west of Gordo along US 82. That may be the one area that gets the direct hit here. And you want to see that even maybe a little bit better on other source here at this point in time. You see that right there, that circulation. And you kind of see that spin coming up just like this. It might miss Gordo proper. As we're tracking things here. as we're continuing to give you guys the very latest. Headed something like this, maybe. Again, continuing to track here. Continuing to give you the very latest. You see it on Sipsy. Still watching that. That might be tightened up. We're looking at this from a different radar. Let's check the Birmingham view. Go to Super Res. Or maybe something around Sipsy. Yeah, there may be a tornado trying to get down around Sipsy, Alabama. Take shelter there immediately. Steer your room away from windows if you don't have the basement or special storm shelter. My latest scan there off the Birmingham radar. So loop it back around, you can kind of see it. The track on that. A lot of lofted debris. It may still be down, no doubt about it. Not a guarantee that it's, doing quite as much damage as it did, but based on that debris signature. But right in there, that's about where we could have the tornado. I know, we need to go ahead and zoom back out. We have a confirmed tornado warning for Clark and Kemper in Lauderdale County, the Mississippi. Let me go ahead and go over there. And that looks pretty nasty on that view. Don't really see it much here, but again, just trying to keep you guys safe and informed here as we're tracking things. Maybe headed up toward the Temsuba area. If I'm pronouncing that right, if I'm not, I apologize. West of Cuba, and that's getting Alabama. Cuba is the city, but watching these frames here as they go by. Continuing to give you the latest. Trying to keep you guys safe and informed. Let's get back to the Alabama storm now. We've been watching so carefully at the lofted debris right there around Gordo. Yeah, that looks more like lofted, so maybe it's not on the ground right now, but it's definitely done a lot of damage. And it still could be an issue as we look further downstream there. It cuts it off somewhere here, but Tuscaloosa and Fayette County will be watching portions of those zones. Okay, so we're a few minutes before the top of the hour, which will be 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern Time. So what we're going to do real quick, we're going to catch our breath for a few minutes, and we'll be back here for about 5 minutes or so with more information, unless we need to pop back in really quick if something gets a tornado emergency. So we're going to catch our breath here and be back soon with more updates. So just keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you updated. I know watching the weather, even for NASCAR, a lot of rain up there for folks. Like SEC basketball tournament, there's some games going on, including Florida Gators involved. Folks leaving that, gotta be really careful because there could be some flooding that, becomes a hazard as you're driving around. Tornado threat to mainly stay south of town there, it looks like so far. Thankfully, not getting a repeat of what we saw in 2008 there toward Atlanta. But gonna keep watching things, gonna keep tracking. I'll be back here in about 5 minutes with more information. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather, and I'll keep you guys up to date.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the top of the hour, 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern, as we continue to watch the tornado outbreak situation as we're looking out toward the west here, out toward the north of where we're at, North Central Florida. I know we're going to have severe weather potential here tomorrow, but right now a lot of warnings here to get to as we're tracking things. I just got to be really paying attention here with what's going on as the hours tick on by here. With this tornado outbreak sequence. So let me go ahead and kind of go in here. You see these purple boxes. I know we've seen a lot of concern here over the last little bit, and right now a damaging tornado there. Warning continues for central Coleman County. We also have the warning down here where we had a PDS situation further back toward the south and the west. So again, just having to continue to give you guys the very latest on exactly what's happening here. Let me go ahead and switch on over to some of the other radar views here at this point. I know we have a circulation here west of Coleman's, community there of Hanceville, southwest, and then just barely southwest of Bremen. We're desolated a tornado debris signature moving up to Bremen and then Dodge City over the next little bit. So make sure you're taking your precautions. I know both of these look weak compared to what we saw earlier on, but this could really get worse here in the next couple frames. Definitely not out of the question here. That does pop a debris signature. And then, so those two in Alabama we're watching toward Clark and Kemper and Lauderdale counties as well. Over that way, I see down in southern parts of Lauderdale County reports of a tornado a little earlier, around 4:43 Central, trees down along Highway 45. So confirmed tornado there. So we have 4 tornado warnings in the country now. The 3 is Soden, and this one down here for parts of Clark and Jasper County. So we got to really pay attention here to what's going on. I know we're going to be watching to see how the parameters come into play. Even down here, closer to the coast, there's a moderate risk of tornadoes. Pensacola to Dothan. Even, got to be careful later on. That's a kind of an untapped environment to some degree there. And we do have some tornado parameters on Pensacola that are around a 5, which that's unusual for them. See west of New Orleans, and we have a thunderstorm warning in play. It does include areas, around the airport, at least Armstrong Airport there. So continuing to track everything, continuing to give you guys the very latest. I know as we're looking there, possible tornado report in Walker County. According to, it looks like 911 center saying that trees down. And then a tornado warning continues there in parts of Mississippi. I know parts of Kemper and Lauderdale. I'm just continuing to give you guys the latest there. No tornado emergencies right now, but that didn't mean we couldn't have significant problems. I know along that path, possible tornado reported. We look further down. Walker County trees down on Paul Bolden Road. So not what you want to hear about. Several large trees down on Alabama 69 just south of the Tuscaloosa Walker County line. So that kind of tells that weather story. We see around Moore's Bridge. Ooh, okay, that looks like we have that debris signature really firing back up in there. Does it back this up a little bit? I know it was kind of still there to some degree, depending on what radar you're looking at, but kind of looks like it's re-firing there, getting down to the ground with a tornado moving into Moore's Bridge in Alabama right now. So damaging tornado moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So hopefully you're taking shelter around Moore's Bridge, Alabama. That's a confirmed tornado. And we're tracking things here. Now that circulation doesn't look quite as tight now, but I think it was at least touching back down again. And it could still touch back down again as it gets into town. If nothing else, some of the debris it lofted, it might start dropping down in some of these areas here. Because how significant the tornado was further back. I know Hopefully nothing to the extent of what they saw back in 2011 with all the debris falling like around Birmingham from, I think it was the Tuscaloosa situation. But still, even, small reminder to that, not fun. As we go ahead and keep checking things, keep tracking them here. This is west and south of Hanceville. That debris signature went away, but it could be a tornado that crosses I-65 there over the next little bit. And then you watch here, off the Birmingham radar, that looks a lot weaker, but just got to be really careful. Got to be taking your tornado precautions as we're looking at things. Again, we had so many fatalities last night with all the tornadic activity in Missouri and Arkansas and the like there. Now today, the threat's, double. The tornado threat's double what it was yesterday. And, we got to be really careful because more loss of life and more injuries are on the table again here, unless we are getting lucky in some of these instances where I suspect we're still going to have big problems, even with these storms here. Some of them, could be worse than what happened yesterday. Some aren't, but you got to be really careful. You got to really be, keep everybody in our thoughts and prayers here in a situation like this. As we continue along here, continue to give you the latest. I know, going between the different scans here. Yeah, there could be something around Moore's Bridge. Not maybe guaranteed. There's probably debris falling, but tornado on the ground there is possible. It's possible. As we look there, Coleman County again, around the Bremer community. It looks like it wants to tighten up. We hope not, because that'll be crossing I-65 here soon. Be crossing the interstate here soon. This one back here. It's now a radar indicated tornado. With the warning back here, that's also radar indicated toward Quitman, Mississippi. I see that Mobile has been added now to the PDS Tornado Watch. Not Pensacola yet, though, into a watch. They might get a separate one. We'll see, but Mobile has now been added to the particularly dangerous situation tornado watch that remains in effect until 8 p.m. Central Time. So we still got at least another 3 hours or so of just extreme danger, probably even longer than that, of very significant danger, though. But I would think at 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central, depending on what's happened, they'll probably go down to a moderate risk. For the tornado threat as we're looking, if things somehow look better than what I'm thinking they would right now, maybe down to the enhanced for the highest, but probably a moderate risk. It could still keep a high for Roy getting crazy stuff to set up on the Doppler, but we'll just have to wait and see. I know as we watch these circulations here, this one west of I-65, as we continue to give you guys the very latest information. Again, trying to keep you up to date. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. We have a new tornado watch up here, Knoxville down to Chattanooga, and north toward Dalton, Calhoun, Jasper. Threat not as high up there as down at the south, but still noteworthy. Folks leaving that SEC championship semifinal men's basketball game between Florida and University of Alabama, experiencing some flooding, I'm sure, on the road. So you gotta be really careful. Remember, if your road's covered in water, turn around, don't drown. A lot of folks that are up there unfamiliar, I'm sure, with some of the roads in that region, so you gotta be really careful. Gotta be really careful because you don't know how deep the water might actually be. I know down toward Louisiana, we're getting a report of hail to about quarter size there on Kenner. And then we're going to have to watch this accent that comes on in from the west, in the region there tomorrow toward our area. Stay tuned for the latest. By the way, this tornado watch does include a little bit of North Carolina. We'll have to just pay attention. They had those terrible hurricane conditions there with the flooding from Helene back last year. they don't need more rain, they're going to get some more rain. I mean, because sometimes if you get too much too quick, that can lead to mudslides. But hopefully, they'll be okay. There have been, believe it or not, some wildfires too. It's just, even if you need rain in a mountainous area, you don't want to get it too quick because then you have problems. So, again, just continue to track. I mean, nothing like what they had during Helene's coming or anything like that. That was a very historic event. But still, got to be paying attention. We see several severe thunderstorm warnings to the north and the like there. 60 mile an hour, got some of those, but then we have 4 tornado warnings in the country. 2 in Alabama, 1, let's see, 2 in Alabama, 2 in Mississippi. So that's kind of the storyline right now. Again, if you're in these tornado warnings, take your tornado precautions. Could still have a tornado around Newtonville to Berry over the next little bit in parts of Alabama, West Alabama. Pull that up here for you guys to see. The signature looks like it's waning though, which is good. But gotta, watch for recycle, not out of the question. Now this one here, moving right toward I-65, probably right about over I-65 right now. In fact, there's a pretty broad spin, but we could have some wind damage around Dodge City in Alabama. Huntsville, I know, but watching another. By the way, there's a Dodge City, Kansas, but this is Dodge City, Alabama. With this storm, I mean, throw a hook on here might be a little bit more common toward Dodge City, Kansas, but at least right now it doesn't look as bad as it could. So we got to stay on guard, though. We still got a lot of time to go. This has been deadly yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to really go through the numbers today, but it's probably going to be a deadly day again today. We just hope we can minimize and hope the weather conditions aren't as bad as they look to have been, and maybe that'll minimize the injury numbers and the fatality numbers here on this Saturday. That's March 15th, 2025. Yesterday it was March 14th, and it was considered Pi Day per se, 3.14314. But I know, very sad day for some folks. After we looked at stuff, coming on through, some families are now having to make funeral arrangements because of the severe weather and the tornadoes coming through in areas like Arkansas, Missouri last night. Just terrible. And then getting a report their fire department were responding to numerous reports of trees down, including some on houses in Sipsey, Alabama, and Walker County. But, obviously, with these tornadoes, I don't know the exact ages, but you just got to think that some of these folks were in the prime of their life, and then it all, was taken away in an instant with the tornado. Just awful. Just absolutely awful. Again, checking confirmed tornado still, it seems, 8 miles east of Ashcraft Corner or 11 miles south of Fayette, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour in Alabama with a tornado warning continuing for Fayette County. So we're going to keep watching. If we need to pop back in for a tornado emergency, something like that, before 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern, we will. But otherwise, I'll be back then with more. So keep it tuned here to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date. All the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. I know if you missed what I just said here in the last few minutes, you can go on YouTube at Clouds Weather, youtube.com/@CloudsWeather, and rewatch this before the next update so you kind of get the latest without having to kind of stick around too long. So stay tuned, stay safe. We'll be back soon.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour. It's 5:30 Central Time as we continue to watch all these tornado warnings out toward, the west of where we're at, north central Florida. But a really nasty situation there with different reports coming on in here and the like. I know we really just need to be paying attention here to everything and seeing reports out of the Sipsey area, Walker County, Alabama. Several homes with significant damage and possible injuries there. That's toward Campbellville Road, northeast of Sipsey, around 452 Central, so not good. Much earlier in the day, out toward Sequina County in Mississippi, apparently a report there of a farm stop destroyed, several homes destroyed, and there were reports of injuries as well, with ambulances having to be involved. So not good here on this Saturday, on this March 15th, 2025. Let me go ahead and stop the loop right now as it runs through to the end here. And you do see a purple polygon, and that's a confirmed tornado warning as we're getting up toward North Alabama now. So we got to watch out, updates from the Huntsville office. We have a confirmed tornado warning up there. I don't really see too much on the route tracker at first glance, but we got to be really careful. I know sometimes the way the terrain is up here makes it a little harder to see what's going on, but we got a tornado warning for northern Marshall, southeastern Madison, northeastern Coleman, and southeastern Morgan counties. There was a spotter report, actually, of a tornado, so not debris on this one, but a spotter report in Holly Pond, or 7 miles east of Coleman, moving northeast there at about 55 miles an hour. So, gotta be really careful here in toward this zone, moving up kind of direction of areas there near Union Grove to Morgan City in Alabama here over the next little bit. So, gotta pay attention there. Well, we have, reports of the tornadic activity as we look at some of these indications here. Some action there, confirmed, it seems, around Gordo, and also there around Walker County. So, and then we have some other tornado warnings on the board. I know Colbert and Lauderdale counties around the Florence, Alabama area. So I thought of some capable producing a tornado 9 miles north of Belgrade or 10 miles northwest of Russellville, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. And then we'll go to the north now and look there, Fentress and Pickett counties in Tennessee. Possible tornado here with this. You can kind of see the circulation. That's actually pretty tight there around Jamestown. Not extreme, but definitely could be producing a tornado within that line around Jamestown, Tennessee. So that's one of the tornado warnings. That's the confirmed one. Another one, and then back down to the south, we have a tornado warning in Sumter County, Alabama. Back to where some of this began at least a little while ago. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to our other mode here to kind of show you some of that. Let me go ahead and see if I can pull that up. Is that tornado warning still in effect? It went away on my other computer. Okay, it went away. Good. Okay, so that's a good sign. They canceled it at the Birmingham office. So we're down to 3 tornado warnings right now, which, we still have a long time to go. That's, better than it could be, but we still have had injuries today and a lot of problems. High risk day. I mean, there's really, not much good that's going to come out of that. We just got to hope for the best at every moment, in terms of things not being as bad as they could be otherwise. So, again, you see some of these tornado icons. I don't know if that was the same storm, but looking at the timestamps, no, that was a different one. It's interesting, that little corridor probably where I had the parameters come together more, but you see this icon, you can almost connect them, but that's actually, a different one because the timestamps are like almost the same. So, again, continue to track things here, to zoom on out. I know we have the low pressure here involved in all this, and you have all the instability and shear involved. Getting a report, by the way, some damage in Louisiana. Apparently, 1 mile southeast of Lake Providence, report to multiple trees down on Highway 65 South, as well as damage to residences and businesses there, as we're looking toward downtown Lake Providence. So, not what you want to hear, obviously, as we're tracking things. We've seen situations before where the accident could escalate. It looks kind of not as bad as it could be, and all of a sudden you get a turn for the worse, sometimes even right around sunset. So that's about an hour away or so. So you got to be really careful. Now, some of these high parameters are really underneath some of the, rain here, which would limit your tornado threat to a pretty significant degree. Down here, though, it's untapped. You gotta be careful still around Mobile. There's a PDS now, particularly dangerous situation. Tornado watch. It's been expanded into Mobile here, so you gotta pay attention there. In Baldwin County, Mobile County, there, nasty situation. We're gonna go ahead and keep looking here. Dew point's pretty high. Temperatures here are high as well, so definitely a cause for concern here. As we look at things, as we track the overall situation, I definitely got to pay attention here. You see the tornado warning on Florence in Alabama and the like. So again, continue to track. You see northwest of Knoxville, around Jamestown, Tennessee, we have a tornado warning in play still. We're continuing to track. We have several tornado watches, 2 yellow areas that are shaded, tornado watches, 2 purple areas, which are more considerable threats with the PDS, particularly dangerous, worsened type of scenario that, tornado watch that's in the purple there. So, gotta pay attention. By the way, around New Orleans here, we do have 5th thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. It's in a line right now. If we don't get a supercell action to develop ahead, that might limit the tornado threat some down there. I know they're on a 15% tornado risk down there. There is a new tornado warning now for Coleman, Limestone, and Morgan counties. The radar indicated rotation there near Arley, Alabama, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So again, gonna continue to track all this here for you. A very busy situation. We still have that high risk of tornadoes in the purple. We'll see a lot of this here. It's starting to get tapped into, so it's weakening the threat to some degree. But we got another tornado warning now for Winston County. That's why we can't let our guard down here by any stretch. Another tornado warning now, Winston County, Alabama. So it's that same area moving from the Birmingham region into Huntsville, it looks like. Okay, so that's kind of where we're at with this. On the Addison community. So that's the same area, but we still got to be paying attention. Same area of rotation at least, but geography gets it down more into Birmingham jurisdiction a little bit. So we're going to keep watching. We're going to keep tracking. I know we're ready to start today. We're 82 degrees right now, but good 86 degrees earlier. We're going to have storms here tomorrow. Let's kind of go over here the timeline of what could happen. Let's go ahead and kind of do that real quick here. And that's the rainfall forecast, but let's go ahead and it's a one-man band doing this on the fly, but here's 8, 9 in the morning tomorrow, 10, 11, noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. It really slows it down as it comes toward like Stark and Gainesville. That's like 3 o'clock tomorrow, right when I know, some folks, that are Gator fans will be watching the SEC basketball championship game on ESPN, and they'll need to keep an eye on the weather because that won't, unless, some cable providers it will, but some of them not. You'll have, not get an interruption for like a tornado warning if one were to get issued in Alachua County. It's not on regular TV, so unless some cable providers, have that alert going across, which some do have that ability, some, don't, then you're not going to get like a tornado warning if it were to get issued. That's around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. It may come to a little quicker than that. That's a really slow moving line for our area, but it also kind of says that let's kind of scrub back and forth weakening and maybe re-strengthening with some of the daytime heating, all that warm, temperature accent as I've been alluding to. So, today, and we could have some of that to a lesser degree tomorrow. And we'll cool air coming eventually as we look into our next week. It's been kind of cool at night still, but we're going to get, 40s maybe. We look ahead toward next week here locally across our, viewing circle and, where we're at here. We cover our 62 counties here on Bernie Tornado Warning Storms within the 62 counties as we continue to give you guys the very latest. So that's going to do it for now. We'll be back at the top of the hour unless we need to pop back in sooner. So tornado outbreak coverage continues here from the Weather Center, your cloud weather, keeping you safe and informed on everything, all the different weather scenarios. I will say real quick, some wildfire danger still out in the Ward, Texas, and that reason they had so many sparking up in Oklahoma yesterday. We had dust out there with the wind in play, so significant with low pressure out there. So a nasty situation. Still pretty strong out there. Not as bad as yesterday, but still these are pretty strong winds. Look around Oklahoma City, gusts there in the 30 plus range. So still noteworthy and enough to kind of be problematic for the existing fires. So, and could even, spread some of the activity there a little bit more. So, gotta be careful. Gotta stay tuned for the latest here. Gotta stay tuned for the latest. Gotta continue to watch, continue to track here about that protecting you, your friends, and your family here on a Saturday evening. If you wanted to watch college basketball or something, but it's a situation where this is more important. It's, about protecting you, your friends, and your family. So we're going to be here. We're going to be tracking, be back at the top of the hour unless we need to pop back in sooner with more information. So stay tuned here on Cloud Weather. I'm going to keep you guys up to date. I know we got that loop going to the radar, and you'll see purple boxes meaning confirmed tornadoes, the purple stated zone, PDS tornado watches, yellow stated tornado watch, the red boxes, tornadoes that are red indicated, and the yellow boxes are just severe thunderstorm warnings, but those can still be dangerous too and deadly in the wrong circumstance. If a tree falls the wrong way, especially in a mobile home or a car that you're in, it would not be a good situation. So, continuing to watch all this here for you. Be back in a little bit here from the Weather Center. I just, by the way, turned off some of the borders on those watches so you're not getting it mixed up. But, as we continue to watch things here, you'll be able to see the differences. By the way, new tornado warning in Middle Tennessee now. Cumberland, Van Buren, and White counties that are indicated rotation 11 miles east of Spencer, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. The dangerous storm will be near Crossville around 5:55 Central Time. Stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Central, as we're still tracking this complex of severe weather here toward areas of Alabama, Mississippi especially, but the tornado warnings at this moment are actually in Tennessee. So even though it's been, a couple of days of some really bad news, we only have a couple of tornado warnings right now. We could have a whole slew of them. This could just be a lot of things could ramp back up over the next little bit. And you still got to be taking shelter toward the tornado warnings in Tennessee for sure. Bradley, Hamilton, and Meigs counties, and then Cumberland and White County there. So again, watching that carefully. But in Alabama, there are no severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings. In Mississippi right now, is this in parts of Mississippi? It is. This is barely, but we're tracking this severe thunderstorm warning there east of Picayune there, and you see down in Ward Slidell. So we're going to keep watching things, obviously, but a lot of this rain's kind of, and thunderstorm activities kind of merged together a good bit, even some lighter acts and, relative fast and out ahead. So that's kind of helped to mitigate things a little bit for the time being, but it's still been and still could be, a bad situation. We've seen many fatalities going back yesterday and today, so we kind of deserve a little break here, with the overall situation. Some of those fatalities, as we're looking at things, I know, endured the nocturnal hours last night for sure. So just tragic set of circumstances here as we're looking at things, as we're tracking them. You see north of Chattanooga right now, there's a rotation northwest of Cleveland, Tennessee, and then another area moving up toward Crossville. As we're tracking things, as we're monitoring them. I know there's some flood reports as well with some water covering roads there in like Putnam County, Tennessee, and going over toward Davidson County around Nashville. So I know the roads are, an issue. You got to remember, turn around, don't drown in terms of the flood threat there. And then just looking back down here in North Alabama, I'm sure we'll get some more alerts popping up. Don't get me wrong. It's just, we'll take, the calm here to law while we have it. We still got to watch some of this down here because this area is a little more untapped. I know the tornado parameters, they kind of don't go out far enough to be extreme past this range shield to the north, but to the south on Pensacola, we really got to still pay attention. I mean, the instability is there, especially right when you get away from the coast. It's kind of weird to see how it's not, showing it as much at the surface there, right at the coast. So an unusual, situation with the overall parameters with different types of, boundaries and the like involved here atmospherically. So again, I'm just going to continue to watch things, going to continue to track them. But to have a PDS tornado watch, a couple of them actually, in play and not have any tornado warnings in them is really good news. But we've had damage. We've had a lot of damage. We've had injuries here in the last little bit reported, even in Alabama. And we still got it. We'll have to watch, I'm sure we'll get a resurgence in this accident eventually. Because we'll have to watch it for our area. I mean, it would be great if stuff could just kind of merge together even more to the south and fall apart. But I think the parameters are just too volatile, and we're going to have more problems. I mean, look at the mobile radar here. I'll go ahead and show you the situation. As I'm looking here, we have this stuff still kind of by itself some down here, and that could start to rotate for sure, as we're looking at things. Further to the north, we'll go up to the Birmingham radar. We'll go up to the Birmingham radar and look at things and track them here. You see around like Choctaw County, there's radar covered in grayed out here. So this could start to re-fire, in terms of some rotation potential. But we have a lot of stuff out ahead. It's just thunderstorm acting kind of limited in this compared to what it could be. That's great news considering what we've been through in some of these communities here. And we still have, it looks like I saw a tornado vortex signature, so that's what caught my eye just now. It's pretty weak, but there are some areas of rotation in there, like around Hartselle. We gotta watch them. They can tighten up quickly in this setup. They can just get a little bit of energy. I know around Dayton, Tennessee, we have some rotation. Crossville, Tennessee, tracking things here as well, east of Cookville. So those are the two tornado warnings in the whole country right now up that way, as we're monitoring the situation. So I know I'm going to go ahead and do something here, maneuvering on our system. I'm going to get our model guidance out because, eventually we're going to have some refire, no doubt, of this convection, and it's going to be a problem, toward our area as we look ahead here. So you have as we look right about now, and then we progress it. It really says the stuff over Alabama a lot stronger than it is, but it could refire there. Let me check some. We have a good bit of energy in southeast Alabama, so I think we'll at least get, severe thunderstorm warnings to refire along this year eventually. And it could be a lot worse than that still. Could be a lot worse than that still, but as we continue to track things, I know putting some of the model guidance on, this would be around 1 a.m. Eastern, midnight Central when we progress it. Getting into our counties here about like 4 a.m. Eastern time, something like that. And then it could be a very busy Sunday here in the Weather Center. But, if it turns into thunderstorms with not, maybe a lot of distance and maybe kind of all messy there, not seeing the perimeter being taken advantage of, maybe we'll just have a bunch of what would be considered strong storms. We won't have near as much severe weather and damaging weather. Lightning can still be dangerous, but that'd be a lot better. But I have a feeling we're not going to get that lucky here, as this stops at about 11 a.m. tomorrow, getting into where there is around Lake City and Live Oak at that point in time. So, again, continue to track everything here in toward the Weather Center. The way things are progressing, if the trends continue, what we're going to do, we'll have another update at the bottom of the hour. And, of course, if things ramp back up, we'll continue, more and the like. But otherwise, we'll just do it, continue to stream and break in if and as necessary here. After that 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern update. So, things can change rapidly. We've seen it before. I mean, we had a tornado around, I think it was noon in Georgia a few years ago. Set up, it was looking like it was weakening, and all of a sudden we had a big problem on our hands here meteorologically. But sometimes you can get too much rain involved. We saw that with the Pensacola flooding years ago in a pretty severe risk area, and that suppresses some of the severe convection. So, it's definitely a give and take, and we're near sunset, so that could play a role here too, good or bad. Limited instability, but you have some different factors, with the characteristics in the atmosphere that can take a role here and things too. So we got to pay attention still. Can't let our guard down by any stretch, the imagination here. So if we were to be in a situation here where we're able to ramp down coverage temporarily for a little while. Let me go ahead and just kind of give you a look at the platforms, because what we did last night and this plan right now, and it's very tentative situation like this. The plan right now is we'll have another update at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. We'll break back in immediately if we get like a tornado emergency or something. We forward in, and then later on if something really bad happens, we'll be on the air as well, and we'll be on the air for all of our local concerns on that Sunday. We'll be on tomorrow for any tornado warning storm within the 62 counties here, folks. We're in Bradford, but we're going to be on for any tornado warning storm within the 62, and many, if not pretty much all, the severe thunderstorm action that could, evolve as well. Any flash flood warnings that might happen, though. We do need the rain. Just don't want to get too much too quick. But again, continuing to track things here. I know we had all that rain last week, so you don't need it as much maybe in some areas anymore, but as we continue to watch, continue to track here. I know we have that time change, so the sun's still up a little longer, but daylight up still a little longer as we're looking at things, in that realm. People still out and about at 7-something Eastern, 6-something Central. But again, watching these tornado warnings up there. So 6:30, our next update, Central Time, 7:30 Eastern. And this may be actually, is this Eastern up here? That may be. Okay, that's still Central there, but some of these, we're starting to get kind of close to Eastern. That was Eastern, I think, down here, but okay, so yeah, so interesting how that works. But again, back at another update here at the bottom of the hour, and then otherwise we'll keep the stream going, for a few more hours, give or take, on all the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter /X, Twitch there. And then, if we don't have to do another stream or really have to break in a whole bunch, then we'll let those streams go for a little bit, but we'll continue on YouTube even longer than that with just the radar and breaking back in only if necessary until we have our local weather threat. But I have a feeling we might still have more. Just don't lay your guard down. I know I'm going with the best case scenario while we're describing things. That may not happen. That may not happen. Things might escalate very rapidly once again here. It's just currently things look slightly better, especially for a high risk here, a high risk type of day. So again, just continue to track everything here in toward the Weather Center. continuing to give you guys the very latest here as we're tracking things. I know we're doing things a little different sitting down because it's such a long duration event. So I know sometimes I don't have my graphics quite right there and my platform marketing information go in front of me there because we're doing this different in front of the chroma key. We'll be, in most cases we're standing up in front of this instead of sitting down. But there's so much going on. I want to make sure I can see on this longer, than we generally would need to because this is such a volatile and extended setup. So I know. I'm gonna check here. I know there's a lot of flooding toward Nashville. A lot of folks over there may be tourists because of the SEC basketball tournament that includes the Florida Gators, and there's a heck of a lot of rain in toward that area. So that's got to be something to be watched out for. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Some areas west there picked up, almost a half foot of rain out here toward the west, and Nashville proper. Still a few inches there for sure. So gotta be careful. Gotta be tracking that here. Okay, so we're gonna be back with an update here at 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern, as we continue to watch this situation as it evolves, as it develops here. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. We'll keep you guys up to date here in the World Weather Center. And that's been kind of breezy out ahead of this, even in North Florida. I know FSU baseball is breezy there today. Where the Knowles got a couple, wins there against Boston College. Had that loss, not those. Seems like it's more than one loss, but one loss against the Gators there on Tuesday night. But they had 3 wins this weekend, but there was some wind today. Interesting to see, things kind of blowing around a little bit there in Tallahassee, but, the storms will be coming in tomorrow there. That's why they had to get out ahead of the situation and play a doubleheader. And also another thing about Tallahassee, weather radio's down. So make sure if you're in Tallahassee, you have multiple ways to get alerts here. No other radio is down at the last check. So you may not be back up in time for the storms in the overnight. So it's important to have other ways to get alerts, like a tornado warning. Normally it'll go off on a phone there, go off on somebody's phone, based on the way you have your emergency alert settings. So make sure you have that, ready to go here. It is a Sunday, so not many of you are going to go to work. So important to make sure you have multiple ways to get alerts. By the way, new severe thunderstorm warning in North Alabama. So interesting to see that there. This threat is not over, like I've continued to mention. But a little bit of a lull right now, but we'll be back at 6:30. More information coming in. 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern, as we watch this dangerous and deadly tornado outbreak that's already claimed a lot of lives earlier on in the timeline. So please stay tuned and stay safe.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud back here at the bottom of the hour, 6:30 Central, 7:30 Eastern. Tracking 3 tornado warnings now into the southeast here with the situation. I know we had a ramp up on a storm there toward parts of Mississippi. It really started to kind of show a lot more rotation all of a sudden. So that's what you got to watch out for in a scenario like this one. You got to always remain alert to the rapidly changing weather conditions. As I'll go ahead and zoom on in here right now around Waynesboro. And the rotation on this mode doesn't show up really tight. I know it was looking really tight on storm relative velocity a few minutes ago, and it's still pretty tight there in Wayne County, Mississippi. It was in Jones County there, or, the county where Laurel is, but now in lower parts of Wayne County. So you can see some of the greens and reds. It's not, again, tight as it was. I'm going to look at it pretty far away in the mobile radar. You can see how tight it was down there. Further back toward the south and west, but maybe going on the north side of Waynesboro. Let's check for debris, but being further away from radar, it'd be harder to see it. To be a more significant tornado to see it. I mean, think of the Lake Mary, Orlando area situation. It was kind of far from the Melbourne radar, so it took, that damage really reaching to know how bad it was. But, we saw it on camera, but nonetheless, as we continue to watch here and track, we're just going to go ahead and continue to give you the latest. And we have some areas of rotation like north of Linden and Marengo County there in Alabama. And then we have a couple tornado warnings in Tennessee as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring them, moving into toward parts of Bledsoe County around Pikeville, Tennessee. That's pretty tight rotation there in East Tennessee. As we kind of try to look at things in terms of maybe any debris, it's hard to pick out anything there. But then as we go ahead and go to the north around Wartburg there, we're trying to see if there's anything. I know the rotation looks tighter on this area, but the other areas kind of further up. This is a tornado warning for Morgan and Scott County. Let me go to the Knoxville radar. Can't really see it very good there, but just going to continue to track things here with the different Doppler technology that is available. So again, going to continue to track everything. Tornado warning just got issued down in Alabama for that Marengo and Perry County and Hale County storm. So I know the radar cover didn't great over there, so that's what, the limiting factor. A lot of lightning there now, a tornado warning in play until about 7:30 Central Time, 8:30 Eastern, but out there will be Central, obviously, and tracking that situation there. Things can ramp up pretty quickly here in this type of situations. So, gotta always remain alert here, obviously. Gotta remain alert here in this type of scenario with a tornado outbreak that continues to ensue here as we're looking at things and as we're tracking them. So, I know later on tonight, we're gonna have the situation here. You see this red area, the tornado risk, 15% getting all the way into our southwest Georgia counties, Quitman and around Cuthbert there, we're watching things in Randolph County, and you see Blakely there, and the like, and a 10% risk toward Tallahassee. It's still significant, over towards Sylvester, and even a strong tornado can't be rolled out from about Moultrie, Thomasville, to Tallahassee westward here late in the night, early morning. So let's make sure you're staying tuned for the very latest with those tornado safety tips here. Seek shelter to the 30 building. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Protect yourself from flying debris by putting on a bicycle helmet, football helmet, baseball helmet, something like that. So very important. Have those shoes on. If you get a tornado warning, it's yourself. There is a tornado. You're not cutting your feet up on the debris that is remaining in the wake. So, again, really paying attention to everything here. These tornado warnings in East Tennessee, tornado warning in Alabama again now, and then another one back to the west. This one, Mississippi, includes areas near and north of Waynesboro. This one here includes areas especially around Galleon and New Bern there, and Marion, Sprott there, and then or Sprout, depending on how you pronounce that. So you kind of get the idea as we're tracking things there. That's west of Clinton and west of I-65. But gonna keep watching things, and we said we were planning, and I'm still planning to do this at the moment at least, to just switch it into this radar mode and break back in if and as needed here for the national stuff. Of course, you know, if things ramp back up, we can go back to more frequent updates, and then we'll be on, obviously, more frequent updates for the local accident early tomorrow and even in the afternoon further east. But I know we got to be careful here, got to pay attention. Southeast of Demopolis, you have some rotation in here around Galleon. Looks like around Fonsdale, you know, it won't be too far away from there. And then as we look toward Wayne County in Mississippi, it's pretty strong looking there. Gonna be crossing over State Road 63. I think that might be the frontage road. I'm not sure, but US 45. I see an F in there, 63F. Or no, wait a minute. Let's see. What road is that again? State Road 63F. Okay. So we may be starting to get the beginnings of a debris signature here. There are some homes it would look like, and they're not the biggest population, but you know, something on a track like this, maybe going between Gilberttown and Silas there, or Solis, depending on how you pronounce that. And you see Thomasville, Alabama later on, maybe could go a little, you know, off from that. But again, we're going to continue to track everything here. Yeah, this tornado warning to the north. I know the radar cover is not great up there. Birmingham is in that. We'll go to that radar then. Both pretty far away. Yeah, it's tightening up some. These storms could ramp up a little bit. That's where, you know, around sunset, that can be a factor sometimes of the parameters and the characteristics of the atmosphere. Now, that's not overwhelming, but it looks like it could produce a tornado up toward, like, maybe even Marion, the city in Alabama. This one looked a little worse back out here. .50 and then about 30. And then in Tennessee, that's more broad, but still could have some wind damage with it. Watching up to the north as well. So I'm going to be here on guard in the weather center. If I need to break back in, you know, this stream, I will. But otherwise, we're going to leave it running here with the radar. We're going to leave it running with the radar here for a while longer. You know, a couple more hours on Facebook, Twitter /X, and Twitch, assuming we don't need to, you know, break back in, and that might change how we do things. And then on YouTube, we're going to leave it running even longer, assuming we don't have to do a break in. And I'll run this for several more hours over on youtube.com/@cloudsweather. So that's the plan right now. It can change very quickly with a high-risk PDS tornado watches in play, but that's how we're seeing things right now. We can always break back in here or come on with another stream, even if that's necessary, for the national threat. Of course, the local threat we're going to be on for tomorrow morning with another stream here. And, you know, hopefully it'll just be one stream and not having to be on, you know, for even, you know, more than like what that would run to, like 8 hours or so. But again, we're going to keep our eyes on the situation here in the weather center. Please stay weather aware. This accident might come in just a tad earlier than what some of the models were saying. You know, sort of western counties, maybe, you know, as early as like 1 or 2 in the morning. We'll see, though. Talking about, you know, Bainbridge down toward like Liberty County or so. Especially up southwest toward it might be a little bit earlier because of the orientation of the line. But because that can play a pretty big role in who's getting the accident here for sure. So again, and you know, being a line can limit a tornado threat here some, but not completely limited. So we're going to continue to track all this here, continue to monitor it, continue to give you guys the very latest possible tornado 7 miles northwest of Waynesboro there in Mississippi. So again, I'm going to continue to track all this and be back here as it is warranted. Please stay tuned and stay safe. And you can get at NWS Tornado on Twitter /X for details on every tornado warning issued and every tornado watch issued here in the country. That's from the Storm Prediction Center information / National Weather Service information. So please keep that in mind as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation here. Again, stay tuned and stay safe. And I'll be breaking back in here as the conditions do warn, obviously. I know, report Sumter County, Alabama a little while ago, maybe a tornado. 7 to 10 large trees down there blocking County Road 13 near a bridge 4 miles south of Livingston. So this threat is not over any stretch, but I'm going to keep our eyes on it. I'm going to keep my eyes on it here in the Weather Center, monitoring things very carefully, obviously. I'm going to leave that radar running. I'm going to leave that radar running here as the situation does progress. And again, be back on here as conditions warrant. Please stay safe, everybody.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in right now. Here in the Weather Center, we have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado now in progress there toward Bibb County, Alabama. Need to get folks into shelter. This is developing in the last few seconds, by the way. Also developing in the last few seconds. A new tornado watch now until 4 a.m. for some of our western zones here. Very small sliver. So that's just coming down from the Storm Prediction Center. But let's go ahead and zoom in here. We have situation now. We have a situation. We have a tornado on the ground here toward parts of Bibb County, Alabama. Need to get in shelter. You see that blue area there? That's a debris signature in the Storm Prediction Center. I know I've been watching the thread in the Weather Service in Birmingham calling this a particularly dangerous situation. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Ashby there, or 11 miles southwest of Mount Vallow there. So moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Particularly dangerous situation. Locations impacted included Talladega National Forest, Trio, Centerville, Ashby, Briarfield, Ironworks, Park, Marvell maybe if you want to pronounce it like that, 6 Mile, Bibb County Airport, and Brent. So debris signature still showing up there. Let's go a little higher up on debris tracker, or at least give it a try. I know we're watching a confirmed tornado in Tennessee earlier on. We had up, we didn't have the stream going here, but or excuse me, not that we had the stream going, but we weren't talking. I should say it wasn't considered a particularly dangerous situation, the least, but this right here is, and you can see we have that notch as they go back over to the other mode. So really need to take this situation seriously south of Birmingham. There and moving toward I-65, Interstate 65 here. Again, a PDS warning, not a tornado emergency yet, but that could change here at a moment's notice as we continue to watch the overall scenario here as it is ongoing. So I know that tornado watch, by the way, is really only including just a very small sliver of our area there till about 4 a.m. Eastern time. So let me go ahead and jump on over here now. This does include, though, as you can see, a situation here where we do have some of those zones in there as we're looking. Again, we're talking about the far northwestern zones. So it's like Clay County in Georgia there as we're looking at things, as well as Quitman County. So that's kind of the storyline there. But, Pensacola, that area, be watching very carefully over the next little bit. And again, we had to break back into the stream because it's a particularly dangerous situation around areas there in central Alabama. I know I'm just going to have to continue to watch things. These tornado parameters are very high down here. So if something can get going, they're a 6, 7, almost an 8. That's very significant here in this corridor south of like Montgomery, if things can get going. But, we had kind of had somewhat of a lull last little bit. And we'll just continue to watch things here because we hope that lull kind of continues. But we had that warning. I know this area could have strong tornadoes still a possibility. Moderate risk now that this came down from Storm Prediction Center instead of high risk. So Washington, Montgomery, Dothan, Pensacola points down to the south and east. I know. Gonna just see how things organize here and develop over the next bit. So make sure you stay in tune for the latest updates here on this weather situation. So we have 4 tornado warnings now. We have a new tornado warning for Talladega as well as Calhoun, Cleburne, and Clay counties in Alabama. Looks like they had to get this issued by the Peachtree City office there in Georgia. But it looks like a confirmed tornado over the Ashby community right now. And just something to continue to watch here over the next little bit. We're past dark now, so obviously a nasty situation. But I see Bibb and Chilton, confirmed tornado now near Ashby or near Jemison. So just continuing to track everything here. So that may be a different storm. Let me double check. Just trying to get an idea right near the radar, so it makes it a little bit trickier to be able to tell what's going on. Let me go ahead and pop up our other mode here. We have circulations kind of right along this, and then this coming up toward that radar site, which would be there as I look at the looks like Selby County Airport. So we're watching that. We're watching this here, south and east of Talladega. See if that pops in a debris signature at some point. It's definitely a possibility. So, maybe not as significant of a debris signature as it was starting out to be in central Alabama. But we're going to keep you guys updated and break back in if and as needed. So, a few different developments now down to a moderate risk instead of high, but still very dangerous. As we're tracking things, also tornado watch extended into equipment in Clay counties in southwest Georgia, and the reason we really had to come on is because that significant tornado signature was trying to evolve PDS warning there toward parts of central Alabama. So we're going to keep an eye on things and break back in again as it is warranted. So stay tuned to cloud weather. I'm going to keep you guys up to date. Let me go ahead and put that loop here together for you of the Doppler technology, and we'll go ahead and just play that for everybody at home here in just a few seconds as the situation continues to evolve here. The tornado outbreak still in play, and you just got to remain weather aware. We'll break back in as it's warranted.
This is a Clouds Weather Alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in here right now on YouTube, and I also started another stream up on Twitter/X because we're watching a very serious situation develop now toward Otaga, Silton, and also Dallas counties there in parts of Alabama. So Ottawa, Chilton, and Dallas counties, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado there. We need to go and get folks into shelter. This is south of Maplesville, southwest of the Pletcher area, so you got to take those tornado precautions immediately. Look at that debris signature. I know we had one kind of turtle evolve south of Talladega. It had kind of weakened off some. We'll check on that here again in a minute, but we had that going on the end of the other stream there for Twitter viewers, and then on Facebook, the end of that stream, and Twitch, but we kept the stream going on YouTube because we can go to 12 hours past 8 hours. But confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located over Parnell at 13 miles northeast of Valley Grande, moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Pletcher, Maplesville, Tilton County Motorsports Park, Stanton, Isabella, Parnell, Clanton, and Pools Crossroads. So take those tornado precautions. Very important to do. That's a nasty looking debris signature. And then let's get back up toward Talladega County there in Alabama as we watch the situation. Don't really see any debris right there, thankfully, but been watching the situation up in that area closely. There's a rotation there, Sylacauga. The Sycamore we gotta watch here the next little bit, but this one right here, what prompted me to jump back in, because that's a nasty debris signature as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the situation here. Right there near, it looks like US 82. So, okay, new tornado warning now, considerable damage. Let's see, so this is going to be confirmed tornado 15 miles southwest of Clanton, so it's the same storm, prompting a warning to get out there further in the time and space situation. So, Chilton, Shelby, Coosa counties, particularly dangerous situation. Large damaging tornado located over Pletcher, or 15 miles southwest of Clanton. Takes shelter now. This is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. We also have, a situation here where we're just continuing to watch things very carefully here. Very carefully, obviously. In toward the weather center. Checking all my different modes here. Watching this activity in central Alabama. Cause for concern. We're going to take the debris again on this. See if it expands or kind of falls off. Right there near US 82. Okay, still there. You see it on the screen. But then we had a tornado earlier up toward Calera. That was around I-65. Several reports of damage near I-65, US 31 intersection near Calera, including businesses and homes. We hate to hear that. It was close to the radar. We were watching that accident broke in earlier on, but still very tricky there with the overall scenario as we continue to track it. The situation at large. You can see winds right now 60 one way and about 70 the other way. So that means winds to about 130 miles an hour, a possibility there in parts of Alabama. So this is there toward Chilton County, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado in Chilton County. Gotta be careful around Clanton here. It may go just to the west and just to the north, but gotta be careful there around Clanton. So again, confirmed observed tornado here. A nasty situation for sure. I need to take those tornado precautions as we're looking at this. So kind of see the movement. It looks like it's trying to go a little bit more northerly, but as you kind of look at it here, something like that maybe. But probably west of Clanton. I know they'll be watching it on the interstate there. Nobody's to be driving on the stretch of I-65 and this tornado warning here. As we're looking at things, and then we have, some accident in the north, we'll have to watch to see if this kind of moves back toward like Sylacauga, see how long it holds together. So, I know we've been seeing some of these pop up, these debris signatures, but then they don't stay together maybe too long. So I'll be curious to see how much longer this stays together. And it looks like it's starting to weaken a bit, but it's not at all clear by any stretch. But this is just southeast of Maplesville here, folks, in Alabama, with this tornado outbreak situation. We have a moderate risk now, not a high risk. The PDS watches are over, but we have a PDS warning, a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. So we have to just continue to monitor the situation very carefully. we're at the point right now where we're just breaking in as needed because we got to get ready and rest up a little bit. Unless we have like an emergency, which will go on for a lot longer than this. But we're not doing any half-hour updates or anything right now because we've got to rest up for our local coverage here for early in the morning. I mean, only a few hours away maybe from the southwest Georgia, western counties. So the tornado watch and play at 4 a.m. for Clay and Quitman counties in Georgia. But after that, then we'll start to see that threat start to spread further off toward the east here. So we really got to continue to track things here in the Weather Center. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. We have 3 tornado warnings currently, all of them with a history of producing a tornado at one point or another with the polygons in play. I mean, one of them just an extension, Chilton, and then Chilton, Coosa, and Selby, but then the other, Talladega County, that also has a history of tornadic production. So I also have 3 other severe thunderstorm warnings in Alabama, so I'm continuing to watch things. I'll break back in as it's warranted, but for now, we're going to send it back over to radar. I'll keep this going. Right now, we were just going to go to YouTube for a while, but we've decided to also simulcast on Twitter/X, not on Facebook or Twitch right now, but on Twitter/X and YouTube with this stream. We'll break back in here if needed and add more, platforms to this as it's warranted. Of course, when we have the local coverage, we'll be on everything with a different stream altogether here later on in the night. And that threat, started late tonight west of Tallahassee, but then it won't probably be to start till, around midday tomorrow, give or take, at least after sunrise. So, and around stark, you're not going to have to be, staying up all night or having multiple ways to get alerts in the night. Toward the west, though, a different story. So we're going to watch. I know getting some pretty gusty winds out there toward, looks like Wayne Field there in the panhandle of Florida, gusty 58 miles an hour from the southeast. So what nasty weather's coming on in. We're going to watch toward the panhandle, and some of those areas there west of our viewing area in Florida, and we'll watch to see the conditions. They look pretty ripe for tornadic production. So we're just going to have to continue to track everything here. Some purples on there indicative of very significant tornado parameters. So if things get together in the wrong way, a significant tornado cannot be ruled out. We already have a significant tornado toward Chilton County, Alabama, a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Pools Crossroads or 10 miles southwest of Clanton, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So again, just continuing to track this. It's looking pretty nasty still on that latest scan now. I'm going to switch right on over. Another loop going, but that debris signature still there. And the storm relative velocity telling that story. This is south and southeast of Maplesville. Moving up toward Clanton and Lomax here for the next little bit. So right now it says wind about 60 one way and about 70 the other way. So that's wind to about 130 miles an hour. That's about an EF2, EF3 tornado there in Alabama. So considerable damage likely there. That's not the, just most overwhelming debris signature I've seen, ever or anything like that. But I mean, the debris getting up over 7,000 feet or so. That tells a story. It's a strong tornado, and folks need to take shelter in Chilton and in, other parts of Chilton and Coosa and Selby counties. And then we're watching the storm with the tornado warning around Talladega as well. A lot weaker up there at this moment, but we're going to keep watching things and keep tracking. We'll break back in as it's warranted here. And if necessary, start new streams. It's just going to be very busy here in the Weather Center.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in here in the stream. We have a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning there in toward Alabama once again. These storms are just like popping up and they ramp back down so quickly. Such a nasty environment here. See this debris signature north of Jackson, the Gap. I headed up a moment ago, watching that rotation increase there, and watching this off the Maxwell Air Force Base radar. So nasty situation, particularly dangerous one near Jackson's Gap, Alabama, 7 miles north of Dadeville, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So take those tornado precautions as we're looking at things, as we're tracking the scenario. I know I just got to really stay weather aware. We also have a tornado warning down toward the Troy area in Pike County, and we need to pay attention down there as well. Getting, some tightening rotation moving up toward Troy there, over the next little bit. Got to be very mindful of that. And there's a third tornado warning now toward Cherokee, Cobb, and Paulding counties, right near Kennesaw there, and toward North Georgia. So that's more a weaker type of rotation, but still got to be very mindful of what could happen in that set of circumstances. So we have multiple tornado warnings in effect here. Just have to continue to track things. I know this one here will probably go just north of the viewing area, but it's going to be a very, very long night. That does not look great for Troy, folks. The way that's developing there, it wants to wrap up and move into Troy there in the Pike County over the next a little bit here. So make sure you're taking your tornado precautions in Troy there. In Pike County, again, a tornado warning there up toward Tallapoosa. It is a more urgent situation in that county, at least, there, with a debris signature in progress there around State Road 49. So a nasty situation for those folks. I know a couple things to mention here real quick. One, some very bad news out of the Plantersville, Alabama area. Again, reports there from James Spann, information suggesting he's posting out on Twitter at least one fatality there. So adding to that number, we were talking about that storm earlier on a cut-in a couple hours ago, and then we were also tracking and still are tracking the local concern. And we do have a situation here where as we get toward that Sunday, as we keep watching these storms in Alabama, the Players Golf Tournament in Ponte Vedra Beach area there at TPC Sawgrass, they're moving that up a little bit with pairs of 3. So they're trying to get that on in there, trying to get as much as least as they can before the weather comes in, as we're going to have that come through later on that Sunday there. So definitely making arrangements to kind of twitch things around because of the dangers here. Let's go to the Southeast Alabama Fort Rucker/Fort Novus radar for Troy, and even there, such rotation. This is more about straight line wind possibly. We have wind 60-70 on this. This is nasty, and we're going to have to just keep watching all the activity. This, as far southeast in Alabama that we've seen with any of these here. So we start to be in a situation where we might have to start paying attention here in our area here, fairly soon. So I have to switch some things around here and go back on Facebook and then on to Twitch there as well, as what an outbreak this is, and it's not even, for our area begun yet. So nasty scenario. Observed tornado Tallapoosa County, 9 miles north of Dadeville. The warning continues there, so it's not a large and extremely dangerous one anymore, but these just develop so quick and then kind of weaken off real quick. So a nasty set of circumstances as we continue to watch, continue to give you guys the very latest information. So let's see what else I want to pull up here. We're going to go to that radar scope computer source here as you look there around Troy. And this is off the Fort Novus/Fort Rucker radar. And I wanted to kind of get an idea of the movement on this. I'm just trying to get an idea of how this is moving. So like this, maybe closer to Banks, we shall see, but the community of Banks. But I'm going to zoom out a little here because, our northern and most western part of the viewing area, it stops right there. And the way this is going right now, that's Quitman County, by the way. The way this is going, it looks like it's going a little bit north of that at this point in time. Something like this is maybe, going to be an issue there. Maybe toward little bit of, or close to at least Stewart and Webster counties, but that's not in my official area. I know it is in the Albany TV region now, but just continuing to track things here, obviously, and toward the Weather Center as the situation does transpire. Just trying to give you the latest information on everything that's happening. Of course, we're always tracking things for the 62 counties here. Quitman County, that far northwestern one there, and that is right here. And this looks to be going north of that. But we have other storms we'll have to watch. What a busy night here in the Weather Center. What a busy day, even. You know, this is going to be a long-term thing. I kind of have a feeling this stuff might move through a tad bit quicker than what we've been kind of talking about. And I mean, I've given that heads up that they, could, but then it's not just about that. The models here, they're showing this stuff coming in through a little bit slower. I think it'll be a little quicker, but we shall see here as we watch the situation transpire. Again, continuing to give you guys the very latest here. Let's jump back over to that loop real quick as we continue to track this. It seems to escalate up, oscillate back down here very quickly in these type of situations. Just worth noting here, the new tornado warning now radar indicated for Chambers and Randolph in Alabama. Possible tornado 11 miles north of Dadeville or near the community, a new site. Moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So, again, just continuing to track everything here. Continuing to monitor. And I'm going to try to look at the latest runs here on the modeling. See if they're picking up on anything different. Yeah, that purple box is now just radar indicated as we look further off. But here, I mean, this is by, now that's 4 a.m. We're already going to definitely have some storms in our western counties here that could be severe, even tornadic here west of Albany. So I have multiple ways to get alerts overnight. That's 3 a.m. But I know, the tornado watch didn't go as far east as like Albany yet, but it will at points here probably pretty quick. And, that's 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., noon, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And then that's the longest that'll go out there. But kind of hinge around Bradford County a little longer than I'd like it. Would give us a little more rain. Probably wouldn't be as significant with the wind parameters, but hands around that long. But we shall see. So I'm just going to have to continue to track all this here in toward the Weather Center and give you the latest here as warranted. So we're watching that storm around Troy in Pike County. Let me jump back over there. That's not in our area, but it is a nasty one. Little hook on that. I wouldn't be surprised if that produces a tornado there. It's looking right around State Road 87. It's been a while, but been to Troy a number of times over the years there. And just continuing to watch things. Continuing to monitor. I know getting closer there toward that 231 area there. I'm just trying to give you guys the very latest. So we're going to go ahead and put it back on just the radar mode for now. We'll be back on as needed on this stream. And if we don't need to pop back in again on this stream, we'll be on live with special coverage later on in the night for the local concerns on all the different platforms, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Twitch. Stay tuned, everybody, and stay safe as here's that looping radar.
This is a clouds weather alert.
Back here once again in the Weather Center, seeing a developing situation here that's escalating there in Pike County. We have a tornado on the ground now. Looks like around the city of Troy. You see that area of green there on the right side of your screen. I did something a little different here with two different panels. I was hoping we could just keep this up and watch it, but unfortunately, right then we saw that debris signature. It looks like a debris signature in here, right in this area. Not good at all. Tornado likely on the ground here. Let me go back to the one panel. This is probably a significant tornado. You know, as we're looking, I'm hoping it missed the highest population, but probably a significant tornado there in Pike County. Please, I hope you're taking shelter there. At least it's missing the highest population, but large and extremely dangerous confirmed tornado near Banks or near Troy, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour there. This is, oh wow, that debris signature way popped up worse now, but this is in, as what you would call more southeast Alabama at this point. So a nasty situation here. That's not headed directly into our area, though it could clip, you know, Stewart County maybe, which is part of the Albany TV region to some degree. I know this is headed into that Columbus TV market. But then, you know, watching the areas further downstream of this, like Barber and Bullock counties. But this is a large tornado down in Pike County now. It's been a while since we've had something this nasty looking around there. That's really bad looking, folks. That now shows winds of 90 one way and about 90 the other way. Maybe winds to 180. I hope not, but maybe winds to 180 there in parts of Pike County. A confirmed extremely dangerous tornado in progress now in Pike County. A turn for the worst here. I'm hoping it's missing the highest population, but there may still be some folks out there. That's a very nasty debris signature. And this is tracking up toward the north and east here in general. Really bad stuff that we're dealing with there. Really bad, I know. It's still a ways away, but, you know, way up there near, like, Phoenix City, may need to watch stuff like this even there later on tonight, as this is a nasty, nasty signature there. 90 one way, 90 the other way. We get a tornado emergency with this, which is an unpopular area, but that still could happen. Because, by the way, that may be a debris signature even in the reflectivity now. We need to add a stream real quick on Facebook and on Twitch, just so everybody kind of knows where we're at here with this. We'll need to add that here real quick, as this is a confirmed large tornado here in Pike County around Troy, not really right over the most populated areas, but really nasty stuff there. I know we have a tornado warning up here as we're looking at things around news site. And then it's moving up toward the Wadley area. You know, we got to be paying attention to Randolph County, Alabama, and taking shelter really, but just the way this is here, this is in a very conducive environment for a significant tornado. As we're looking at things there, I will say that if we can kind of get some of these parameters to slack off some further up, and the tornado parameters may, you know, be in our favor for just to weaken pretty quick. And the instability also, unless it kind of follows along here, it kind of wanes some as we look here with this, because it's really dramatic back toward the west there, and that, you know, kind of nose there of it, and the light kind of training on in. So there's a tornado watch here. Probably got more tornado watch areas expanded further east here as we look ahead in toward the timeline as we continue to give you guys the very latest. So again, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado in southeast Alabama right now. You know, this is only, I mean, I'll do the calculation, only about 30, 40 miles west of our area there of Quitman County. It's not headed directly toward them, thankfully, but just gives you an idea of what we're dealing with right now. It's all by itself there, you know, in terms of that hook kind of sticking on out. So, again, just the way it's taking advantage of the parameters here, just enough. I'm hoping it'll kind of weaken off some as it gets further away from some of that, but no guarantees. Let me go ahead and give you another look here. This is right around Banks, Alabama there. Winds right now extreme. You're talking about maybe winds to 150 miles an hour showing up there. That's really bad looking right there around. It looks like US 29 and State Road 223. It is hitting something down there, probably some homes and or businesses with maybe a very significant damaging to destructive tornado here in Alabama right now. So again, continuing to track this all for you. Again, considerable or severe damage, the likelihood here right now around Banks and Pike County. As we continue to track this all, continue to give you guys the very latest. I'm going to break back into the stream, which is mainly radar stream right now, because this is taking an escalation here in an area that's not too far away from the viewing area. A considerable damage tag, a large and extremely dangerous tornado. I know we're only on Twitter/X and YouTube right now. I'll be on all the different stream sites here in just a little bit as things evolve here locally later on into or tonight. But again, a nasty, nasty circulation there around. It looks like State Road 223 and US 29. Now, if we do get a tornado emergency out of this, we'll need to jump in on Facebook and Twitch. So I'll have to put that on immediately. That debris signature fell off just a little bit though, so I'm hoping, like some of these other ones here lately, and that are more visible closer to the radars, this might be weakening some. And if so, that'd be some good news. But we'll have to just, that's the thing about these. They kind of really get strong and they kind of fade or weaken at least. Maybe not fade. You gotta still take shelter. There very well could still be a significant tornado on the ground. Don't get me wrong. But in terms of this, the overall numbers here, some, decay. But okay, so we're continuing to track. I know tornado warning up toward Chambers and Randolph County in Alabama. Now let me go ahead and look here. As we're tracking, now radar indicated near the Sparkland Springs area. And then this here around Banks, we're watching Barber and Bullock counties, under the next warning. Pike County is where we're at right now. So that's the one that's really significant right now. We wouldn't need to be on with this otherwise. Probably give it one more debris scan. If that kind of turns more green, that would indicate it's probably, not really as significant or not even touching down for that, period. But we shall see. We shall see. Again, giving you guys the very latest here in the Weather Center. It's all about protecting you, your friends, and your family. Let's see how high. Oh, that's still down. That still looks like it's down. Headed right toward Perot. Perot there in Alabama. So, again, we're still watching that very carefully. Definitely paying attention there. Again, still with you here. Just on Twitter/X and YouTube right now. 70 and 80. That could be went to 150. It didn't hit Troy, this downtown area or anything directly, but it's hitting some homes out here. No doubt, and probably causing significant damage, not maybe completely wiping them off their slab, but this is one of the more impressive signatures we've seen this whole outbreak here, and it's not that far from our 62 counties. It's not, maybe the worst, and it's not hitting the most populated areas, but it's probably causing significant damage, ripping maybe some homes apart here, sadly, as we're looking at things. Again, still going to watch this, Perot. You need to be ready to take, and not just ready, you're under a tornado warning. You need to take shelter now in Perot. If you have a basement, that's where you want to be, a tornado safe shelter. Like, what I mean by that is like a safe room, but if not, interior room away from windows, put that football helmet on, bicycle helmet on. It's time to take shelter. Get in that interior room. You do not want to be around windows or that debris can come in on you. As we're looking at this, again, Perot to Midway. And this could be into Russell County eventually, maybe eventually to Phoenix City. I sure hope not. That's a more populated area up that way, but it's a possibility. It's a possibility there for sure. So I will say that, if anything, I think that may go a little south of there. as I'm looking. But, we'll just have to wait and see. I'm hoping it'll weaken. It's trying to show signs of that a few moments ago, but not necessarily a given here, not a guarantee. But you see how tight some of this rotation got around Troy. I don't think it really hit, like the most popular area of Troy, but some homes, probably significant damage in the vicinity. And as we kind of track this, Perot in the Midway area to, looks like Comer, south of Seal, maybe to Cassetta, Georgia, maybe a little bit more likely in line for this than Phoenix City, but I'm just going to I'm looking here. Here, you're right around there is where it would get into Georgia, maybe the south of Fort Mitchell to Cassetta, but, hopefully it'll weaken off, and we had that shear up here, headed north of LaGrange, and it's weaker right now toward the Wadley area. This stuff is so, hit and miss. There's so much wind shear out there that just a little bit of the parameters really picking up with this, making things a little more energetic, and then we could have, something really significant. It's very strong, the violent tornado, like what we're seeing right there, the Pike County's way, Barber and Bullock County's way as well. Again, this is a radar-confirmed tornado in toward that area right now. This is really staying on the ground. I know it's pretty unpopulated out there, but that's not helping folks that are in the path. That is not helping folks that are in the path here. As we're watching, winds of 160, 170 headed up toward Perot there, Midway. I do think that might be trying to weaken just a little bit, but we're watching this on the radar that we're more used to using around here. The Fort Rucker radar here, my friends. That Fort Noblesville, Fort Rucker radar, we're used to using that in our region. And that's something that we're tracking. It's going to go just north of our counties, but let's start kind of looking. I know there's not as much right to the coast. I mean, I know we have all this energy down here and wind shear, but it's not quite coming together the right way. Too much is developing in some ways down in the south. Is preventing from anything from taking off too crazily, but that could always change. So remain alert for these rapidly changing conditions, because some of that would be, headed into our area more. Some of this here, that's going north. This might head in our area eventually, though. Here, the Conecuh County activity, and there's some wind energy with it. So, again, just going to continue to track everything here. Continue to give you guys the very latest. I'm just watching every scan that says winds of maybe, let's see here, about 130 miles an hour. An EF2, EF3 type situation. This is off the Maxwell radar. I think we switched here. That is weakening just a tad, maybe, which is good. Obviously, it's good. Yeah, that looks like it's weakening a little bit there, so. But by all means, you got to take shelter in Perot. This could re-strengthen just as quickly here as we're tracking things, as we're monitoring them. Moving right toward Perot, Alabama. Take those tornado precautions there immediately, right there near US 29. Take shelter around Perot, Alabama. Particularly dangerous situation there. Radar confirmed tornado. Again, please take those tornado precautions. We're, kind of getting ready here for our local threat. We're still going to keep this stream going a little longer before we have to switch over to another stream here. But just keep it tuned to cloud weather. We'll keep you up to date. Break back in on this one as needed if it's needed anymore in the next little bit. If not, it'll be on our extended coverage later on here for the local concern. It's been a very busy period, and we haven't even had anything in the local area yet, and it's coming. So that's why we can't just go, 24/7 in front of the wall for every single warning, because we have to conserve. I have to conserve. It's just me, one man band, have to conserve some energy for our local counties here. So that's the storyline right now. Please take shelter on Perot. Barber, Bullock counties this warning, moving in that region. Not forgetting about you, but we do have to, get ready for our local coverage here too. But I'm going to leave the stream going on Twitter/X and YouTube, and we'll break back in again if it's warranted in this one. And I see that Chambers and Randolph tornado warning up there canceled, so now there's just this one storm with the circulation that has a tornado warning on it, tornado warnings on it, plural, particularly dangerous situation, but I think it's continuing to show signs here of kind of drop in a spin. Yeah, that's probably not on the ground anymore, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't take shelter. You absolutely need to get into your room, away from windows if you don't have a basement there in Perot, and or a specially made tornado shelter, safe room. So some of those are built to withstand, really extreme winds even above ground, but most folks don't have them. But just make sure you're taking shelter. Again, we're continuing to track everything. Let me need to throw up our other radar loop now. We'll just kind of go back over to the looping radar for the time being here. But again, I'll be back with you again as it's warranted on this stream. And if not again on this stream, we're going to have more local coverage here later on in the night on all the different platforms, not just on this stream. That's right now exclusively on Twitter /XCloudCasey and YouTube at Cloud Weather. By the way, Pike County tornado warning canceled, but the threat continuing in the Barber and Bullock. Stands rapidly bounce up, rapidly bounce down. Keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date.